Hey guys, welcome to the show. Welcome to the late show. This is your host reporting live from Los Angeles, Lord Hellespont V, your favorite live streamer's favorite live streamer, your favorite pseudo intellectual, here with you again with another Watch Talk live stream. And today I have a very special guest for you who is going to join me in just a little bit. And I'll give you a hint. We have what I consider to be a kindred spirit. We have someone I consider to be a good friend, and someone who rarely appears anywhere on these streets. So we, it's really exciting for me. You can keep guessing in the chat if you would like. And until then, until he comes in, you'll be stuck with me. But we have some interesting stuff, and I know pretty interesting information for Corrado specifically, because taking a hint from him, taking a request from him, I actually went to the Vacheron Constantin boutique today, and I'm very excited to report some stuff about the situation with their boutiques, about what is available, what is unobtainable, and what is perhaps already discontinued in terms of Vacheron Constantin's offerings. And Corrado, as you guys know, is one of the very consistent contributors to this channel. He's there in the chat, even though he's 3 hours ahead of me, roughly. That's what I'm guessing. He's always watching these live streams, even after the fact sometimes. And he also makes a PayPal contribution almost in a religious way very frequently. So I really do appreciate it. And it's really the least I can do. And since you you are a few hours ahead of us, I think I will just start with that, and maybe also upload some of these videos I have taken of a couple of watches in the boutique. Pardon me, I just got home, so I didn't even have time to transfer these videos from my laptop, from my iPhone to the laptop. So, but it was exciting. It's mostly good, Corrado. Depending on certain models you want to acquire, perhaps it might be also bad news, but it's mostly good. It's And apparently the situation in New York City, actually, the boutique in New York City is usually better stocked, because apparently that's supposed to be their flagship. So as it turns out, they have simply more stock compared to everyone else. Um, uh, hey, Nicholas, how are you doing, man? It's nice to see you in the chat. Nice avatar. Like it. I like it. Let me see what I can do here. These are all unedited. I put even this smaller version of the American 1921, since it could have been even more appropriate perhaps to a skinny wrist like mine, though I'm not quite sure. So let's see. give me one more second. Yes. All right. We have it. Actually, why don't yeah, I mean, since we are gonna talk watches, I'll ask my guest to just jump on now, and we can go through this Vacheron Constantin stuff together, and then the world is our oyster. Then we can just talk a little bit about maybe some of his favorite watches, everything else that he's looking forward to in terms of developments in the world of watches, in the horological world. What are some of his mainstays? What are the watches that he constantly goes back to? And what are the watches that he's still chasing? And he's going to join us momentarily. And in the meantime, I'll start talking about the situation in the Vacheron Constantin boutique. So I went in actually specifically asking something something medium, unobtainable, so to speak. Eric L, hey, how are you doing? And so I chose the 1955 Corne de Vache, those hand-wound chronographs that have the beautiful vintage-inspired design with the bull's horns. And I was told immediately that they were basically discontinued except in steel. So the platinum one apparently has been gone for a while, even though it appears in the website. And the pink gold one, which you can see here, is already discontinued as well. Apparently, the associate who was talking to me tried to order one for one of his customers just a couple of weeks ago, and they let him know that it was done. The reason I was told, and Eric L, yeah, thank you for being here, and Alex, it's lovely to see you as well, and Junior Johnson, my friend from Michigan, welcome. So I was told almost immediately that 1955 was, just as I expected, a difficult piece to get, not entirely unobtainable, but it was already discontinued apparently in platinum. And also discontinued now, which is something that the sales associate checked on a few weeks ago for another customer, apparently. The pink gold is also gone. So now they only have it in steel, and that is something they can get in a couple of months' time. And obviously, I mean, it is a very desirable piece. Anything, I believe, in steel by any of the big three, not to mention Rolex, is quite hard to obtain. Some more unobtainable than others, but this is apparently a piece that they can still allocate, they can still get in a few months. But generally speaking, the Historique line, which is kind of a flagship feature of Vacheron Constantin as a brand, since they pride themselves of being the oldest watchmaker in continuous production, apparently since they have reintroduced the remake of 222, and since they want to keep the productions at that same limited level, they want to pare down some of this line. So the Comte de Vache is gone in platinum and pink gold, as well as Marco's favorite, the triple calendar 1942, is now gone in the version with the red accents and is only available in blue. And I was told that even these versions of 42 and 55 may be gone very soon. But let's take a quick break and help me welcome my guest. Again, someone I'm proud to call a friend, and someone whose channel I'm actually a big fan of, have always been, and someone who I consider a very kindred spirit, very much so. Hi, Nicholas.
Hey, Lord, how are you doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfectly, and it's nice to hear you, man.
Great, great. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. It's really
Hey,
great to
man.
go through some stuff. It'll be fun, right?
Yes, yeah, we're here to talk for watches, even though, of course, I appreciate a lot what you have done for the community and what you still do. But we are here for Watch Talk today. We're going to talk a little bit about Vacheron Constantin and then maybe some of the other brands and watches that you are passionate about.
Great. Sounds good to me. So what were you guys looking at? Just these?
Yeah, so I went into the boutique today because Corrado wanted to go to the New York City boutique, but he's a few hours away apparently, so he didn't want to walk into a situation where they will tell him, like, we have nothing to show you, and
Yep.
good luck next time.
Yep.
But it turns out they actually do have a lot of pieces to show, except of course the overseas. So especially in steel.
It's reasonable to, I mean, not reasonable, but I can understand why they wouldn't have the overseas. There's still winners in there outside of, you can take out the overseas like you have here and still find good stuff. I really like the American, the 21. I think that's a really great looking watch. Like the way
Yeah.
it driver, the way it's tilted, especially in the platinum and the white gold. Some of those variations I think are really special
Yeah,
looking.
well, check this out. I had the chance to try it on, so
Oh, here we go.
see it on my puny wrists and see if you actually like it.
Sometimes it changes it when you see it on the wrist, right? You can get a completely different vibe for the watch.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was never quite a big fan of this watch, but it's a watch that has a lot of character. It's a watch that has a lot of presence on the
Oh,
wrist.
yeah, it does have a lot of presence for sure.
And yeah, thank you, Watch Nicholas, for putting it kindly. I know my wrists are very skinny.
Right, yeah.
But those Breguet hands and Breguet numerals,
Yep.
white gold, lacquered in black. It's just a very beautiful, beautiful piece. Whether you're into that particular vibe or whether you appreciate the case shape or not, the contrast is awful. I don't even know if you guys can see anything. Let me see if it is something that I can fix quickly. I had no time to actually edit. Hey, JJ is in the chat. Nice to see you. Thomas Broadbent, Aussie expat. Hey man, this is the collab that y'all have been waiting for. So
Yeah,
here we are.
that's what's up. Yeah, hey JJ, gentlemen's hangout. I like your stuff. It's entertaining for sure.
Yeah, so this is technically the 40 millimeter, but yes, it wears like 47 on my wrist. Thomas, thanks for pointing it out.
Did you happen to try on the women's? Because I know there's a
I
women's
did.
is 36.5, and that's what I'm kind of tempted by, because I think that would almost work for my wrist, you know?
I did, man, because again, the sales associate was so nice
It's
and
good.
also so considerate of my feminine side. So he
You got
brought out,
It's
he
good.
brought out the lady size, which actually, I mean, it's a beautiful watch, but this time it's just too delicate and too precious. And forget about um the band, which
The
I
band
can
is really feminine, you know? Like, if you change the band out, I think you could get away with it, I think,
look,
but I don't know.
the look how my hair takes over the watch does. Look, it's really quite a sight. Do you see?
Takes over. It's okay, though. I think the size actually looks really good. It's just that band, that red band, I think, very feminine. You know, that's what it is. But
Love it. Love
I
it. The band is my favorite part of it.
really the band is the only part I'd change. I would like swap out the band somehow. But yeah, that's what's
Oh
up.
no, they give it in both cases, they give you, apparently, both in the 40 and 36, they give you one masculine, one feminine band, apparently, so you can have a go changing it around with your significant other.
Good. That's how you get away with it. You have to say that it's sharing it, something like that. That's the only way you can get away with it. So
Sharing is caring, man. It's
Mhm.
I think, honestly, Ozzy might agree with me on this. As much as this seems to be a better fit on the wrist with whatever band, I feel like, that watch, the cushion case and everything, I actually enjoy it in the bigger size. If I would ever get anything like that, I think I would just go for the 40 in either case. And it may or may not be the proper size, the proper proportion. I genuinely couldn't care less. I think it's still pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, sometimes some watches you're just gonna wear a little bigger, you gotta go with the bigger size, the bigger whatever. That's what I did with Panerai. I mean, what is it? Some of those 47s, the 44s.
Mhm.
I got a forget what size Panerai it was, but I got the smaller size on it when I got it, and it's like, you know what? If you're gonna get a Panerai, just like go big, go bigger. Bless you.
Pardon.
Yeah, no, no. So I get it. Go big or go home.
Yeah, that seems to be the strategy.
Did you get to see the what's the calendar one, Laura? Is that like the 4042? Is that the calendar one? 1942?
Yeah, 1942. They didn't have any 42s, but since I was already a fan of Alex's 56 day date, I tried a version of that, which they had at hand in pink gold, and that's a beautiful watch
Oh
as
wow.
well.
Yeah.
Let me show that. I think it's this one. There we go.
That strap looks really good. I like that. Ooh, the 56. I like these a lot, this whole line. This 56 line. I'm
Me
sure you
too.
know this, Lord, but my understanding is so the entry level ones don't have you're going to know way more about this, don't have the Geneva seal, but then this one, I guess, and all the other ones outside of the entry level do.
Mhm.
Um, I'm
That's
pretty
correct.
sure that's how it is. Okay. That's good to know. Good to
So
know.
the day date certainly has a movement with the Geneva seal,
Okay.
which is not to necessarily denigrate the entry level. That's a movement that's used across the board with a lot of Richemont brands. I think Cartier has some dress watches with a similar movement as the entry level 56. But up one notch, they have Geneva seal movements like most other Vacheron Constantin pieces. Yeah, that's a beautiful watch as well. Hey, Dirk, thank you for
Hey, Dirk.
coming.
Yeah, what's up, Dirk?
And Aussie Expat says, yeah, go for what the watch justifies, whether it's small or big, it will be perfect in its own way. Yeah.
I have to agree with that. I mean, you know what? Sometimes you have to go with what the watch is. You know, sometimes like yeah. I mean, it's just keep it simple. You know. Yeah.
Yeah, and Jake is in the Jake Brooks is in the chat too. Thank you, man. Nice to see
Yeah.
you.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Messaging matters. Welcome to the channel as well.
Messaging.
And yeah, apparently the smaller size, the reduced size, is the one that comes with two straps. Apparently, the 40 doesn't come with two straps. Hey, you can get a nice hot pink strap to justify it to your significant other for the larger size as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's the way to do it.
Nice. We have we have a full house of regular trolls as well. Diego's older brother reminds everyone to upvote. Q's dad says upvote. Off's bust up wheels says upvote. Hey guys, welcome to the channel.
Get them all in. That's good.
I think American does exist, and in white gold certainly. In platinum, I'm not sure. Do you know if
I'm
they?
pretty sure there's a platinum version with like it has kind of like blue numerals. Like it's probably
Yeah.
like a special limited edition. You know.
Yeah, there we go. I found it. It's exactly as you described. It's like the same white gold Breguet fix up, but with in all blue.
Oh yeah, that's exactly the one I was thinking of, buddy. Yeah, exactly. Or not. I know you don't like that. No, you don't like that.
It's okay, man. We're
Same, buddy.
on the same. Yeah, it's just I don't know. I guess because I'm a foreigner, right? You know, the buddy for me is like a little patronizing, but maybe it's just slang and I don't get it.
Yeah, no, it definitely can be. It's crazy to me how thin this is. At 8 mm. I think that's what's really impressive.
Yeah.
So
that was my concern, because when you go down to 36 with a watch like this that's ultra thin, it ends up being too delicate.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
And I guess it's in a way how you imagine the watch. You know, if you really think of it as a very elegant, discreet dress watch, 36 is probably the way to go. But if you want something that's a little more present, and I know, again, this may have been designed in the roaring 20s as a driver's watch, but today it's really like a dressy piece, right?
Yeah, it definitely is.
At any rate, if you want to exude a little bit of that, I guess, dégagé air, you know, that, you know, this is cool and sporty in its own way, then maybe going with a bigger case can be justified in a certain sense.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. There's so many options from Vacheron for sure. You know, there's so many. I think everybody just goes to the overseas, kind of like what you said, and there's really a lot beyond that. You know, outside of the overseas, not only just the these drivers and those calendars with the 422s, but then you know I think the I see the 222 is kind of like very similar to the overseas. You know, it's a similar look, but even the patrimonies or all this stuff. I mean, there's so many options here. A lot of the punters like these too. Those corn de vanche, whatever those the cow horn thing.
That's it. That's what I like most in this lineup. This is one I would love to go for. Yeah.
Why do you like this one? What does it for you about this? It's the classic
for me. Yeah, I like, you know, look, in time, especially when it's all black, I got used to the 3-register, more sporty chronograph look. That being said, to me, there's something very charming about a hand-wound, old school chronograph with 2 simple registers, relatively clean dial, and I think Vacheron does it in a very unique way because, of course, Patek has all the classics since 1463 you know, that kind of 40s model with very elegant, somewhat elongated lugs, produced at that time by Tasti Tondi, which had you know, kind of a waterproof technology at the time. And they are very elegant, very classical. But Vacheron always does these with some panache, something different, like with very stylized lugs like these, like the cow's horns, right?
Yeah, it
Um,
changes it up. I mean, that definitely, it's a unique presence. Those lows completely changes the vibe of the watch, I think.
yeah. And they used to have, in early 2000s, they used to have a series called Malt, which had like a kind of a Maltese Falcons talons kind of design for the lug. So I always loved it. I appreciate how a beautifully finished manual chronograph movement looks from behind. So this is something this watch would give you. So that's basically it. And
It's a
hey,
watch. I mean, I like the pushers a lot. Some about the
mhm,
pushers that are pretty. You know, it's
yeah, the vintage style.
yeah, very vintage look for sure.
And one interesting detail, of course, is unlike a lot of racing and sports oriented chronographs, this is kind of the doctor's watch thing where you have a pulsometer on the chapter ring rather than a tachometer.
Oh, I didn't even notice that, Lord. Wow.
Mm.
Yeah.
So it's kind of cool, something different,
Yeah.
something still very classical.
Yeah. Definitely.
And baby girl says red bands are awesome. I actually wear my Polar Explorer 2 on a red band exactly like that. So I wasn't joking when I said I love that red band on it. And someone said Kevin O'Leary wants his messaging matters was saying Kevin O'Leary wants his strap back, and I understand that's the trend now.
Red is in. Red is in. And hi, baby girl. We love baby girl for sure.
Yes, baby
Girls.
girl is here. Baby girl says real men are supposed to have hair everywhere. Hey, that's why I proudly button down on my shirts as much as it is publicly presentable. So it is
Yeah.
what it is.
Rep the surdy and unbutton the shirt and just have some fun, you know?
Yeah. And 222, it's, I mean, it's a beautiful watch. If you, and it is the ancestor of the overseas, like you said, Big Dub.
You know, I think this the first time I saw this, what was interesting was I was just really, I didn't see it in person, you know. I've only seen the renderings and I've seen some pictures that
Mhm.
people have sent me, you know, but I haven't seen it in my hand, you know. But what's impressive to me is, again, this is like, I think it's 7 point some, like 7.9, or maybe it's like 8.0, you know, but it's very,
Mhm.
very thin. And then I guess maybe it's just my preference for a smaller size, being like, I don't know, maybe liking that 36 to 38 range. I think the 37 size is really good. And then the gold just kind of pops. I guess the only thing I really don't like, and this is like, if I'm just going to nitpick, I don't really like the cross, to be quite like, I'm not the biggest fan of that. But I know that was on the original and everything. So it's like,
Right.
okay, keep it there. Like, if I was designing it, I would probably, you know, not gonna lie, I'd probably scrap that. But other than that, I mean, it's really, I don't know what
Mm.
else you can want. It's pretty perfect.
One thing that I like for an all gold watch like this, especially, in addition to what you said about the dimensions, like the fact that it's 37 millimeter, and you probably know that watches with integrated bracelets already at 37 have quite a presence on the wrist. They announce themselves pretty loudly. Um, but also, you know, the mostly brushed grain finish of the watch, except for the bevels, of course, is actually quite nice in muting down some of that you know, look at me scream that this watch inevitably will give out anyways.
It's crazy to say a gold watch is muted, but I hear what you're saying. It's not as flashy as some of these other gold watches for sure.
I mean, in a similar way, if you have seen the what is apparently now discontinued, the Octofinissimo in pink gold, that also has this sort of very brushed, very muted finish that it feels like as it should, as a gold watch should on your wrist, and it is a big watch anyways for that design, but it somehow again tones it down a few notches.
Yeah, I agree with you on that for sure. I was actually looking at, I don't know if it was the rose gold. Let me type this in really quick. It might have been because I was in Bulgari in San Francisco maybe like a week ago, and I think it actually, I don't know, I don't know if it was rose gold. It's kind of like a yellow. It's definitely the Octofinissimo, and it's an interesting watch. I didn't realize that the bracelet, when you turn it over, it's a little different, but it looks it's really pretty on the wrist for sure. Very bold, very big. But trying to find a picture, and it's like I'm not finding a good picture in my thing. Oh, here it is. It's Bulgari. I guess it was the 102912 Octofinissimo. That's what I was looking at. They just happen to like have it. It's I don't know what they call this gold. They call it rose gold. It's, who knows? I mean, it's an
I think he
interesting.
had a piece recently by Jack Forster, kind of pining for it and mourning its discontinuation. So let's see.
Well, that says a lot right there, doesn't it?
Blasted rose gold. That's what.
Oh yeah, this one for sure. This is it. Thank you. Yeah, that's totally it.
Gone too soon. Gold Octo. We hardly knew you.
Wow, yeah, that is fast. Yeah, that is crazy. There's a lot of love for this Octo line, which I think is interesting too. Not only the gold, but some of the ceramics. I mean, they're great looking watches for sure.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of love, but also not enough, I guess, because this one is gone. There's a reason that they discontinue it.
Always, yeah, always.
But I think what made it really interesting as a value proposition was that they have a movement in it that's worthy to be mentioned in the same breath, if not better, than the 324 SC, which is what Patek used in the Nautilus. The Audemars Piguet proprietary version of the JLC 2021, which they just replaced in the most recent generation of the Royal Oak. And even the movement they have now, I don't think, I mean, you would have to take hours to convince me that it's better than the movement, the micro rotor movement that Bulgari has in this watch.
Wow.
With all that, they priced it to sell at Girard Perregaux Chopard price range, then Royal Oak Nautilus price range, which I think was really, know yourself kind of moment. Like they knew that Bulgari can't enter the kind of sports chic market with an offering at that price point.
Yeah.
On the other hand, it is like, in steel and even in titanium, which is like a 3K premium, from 12.6, I think, or 12.9 at steel.
Yeah, it's in there.
Still,
12 to 13, I think, for the steel, and then like 16, 17 maybe for the titanium, like give or take, like, it's like in that range for sure. And then I think this is like high 30s or low 40s, or was maybe. Well, I mean, I understand why people really like those, ceramic versions a lot. I think those are the ones I really like too, and the titaniums a lot. I don't know. They're different. They're interesting. The movement, I guess, I was surprised that it wasn't bad, I guess, for a quote unquote fashion watch. It's actually, I mean, there's more to it than just a fashion watch, but definitely not bad movement at all.
By the way, previously Alex had said 222 looks like exactly PRX Gold PVD watch.
Nailed it. Yeah, I like
And
PRXs a lot. What's up?
me too. Me too. Too bad the gold PVD is just available in quartz, but it could be just an interesting thing to play around with. Baby girl says my two favorite peeps here.
Oh, that's sweetheart. Sweet.
Thank you.
Sweet.
Yeah, Dirk disagrees with us completely. He says too much money for that watch for the Octofinissimo.
Yeah, I mean, Dirk likes Wolex though. Dirk likes Wolex, so I understand where he's coming from.
We all do. We all do, I guess, to a certain extent. Maybe not you.
I like it. I'm giving him a hard time. I'm just joking with Dirk. I love Dirk. What do you think about these patrimonies? Like, isn't that the platinum right there with the blue next to the 222?
Oh.
These other ones, or I guess that's not a patrimony. It's something else. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, that's probably like the ultra thin version of it in platinum, 36 millimeters. So kind of a special take on, like, it's an ancestor basically of the patrimony.
Okay, all right.
In platinum, and I think how thin is it? Let's see.
It said 4.2 or 4.1 something.
Oh my God, 413. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. There was a JLC that I really liked years ago. It was I think it was actually made for a movie. It was called like I forget the name of the movie, but it had one of those knife cases, you know, those knife edge I believe on the back, and it was really sweet. It I think it was 4 point something. Now I'm gonna want to find the name of it just to send you.
I found it for you.
Oh, you already know what I'm talking about. That's totally it. Yep, that's it.
Yeah, man. I'm not. People think I was just trying to hype up the guests, saying we're kindred spirits. We like a lot of similar stuff. We have our heart in a similar place.
For sure. I like this watch a lot. I think this is really, really cool. I don't know why I like this watch so much. I don't know. Like the first time I saw this, I thought it was really cool. I just thought it was special. I like the 12 o'clock crown thing. I like how thin it is. I understand the retail is a little crazy, but if you can get a deal on it somehow, some way, I think it's probably worth trying to snag because it's a sexy looking watch for sure.
Yeah, and I don't know if you actually like it, but I find the more humorous, lighthearted take on the spy movies by Kingsman, the whole franchise. I kind of like their vibe. Let's put it this way for the young people.
Gotta like that. Nothing wrong with that.
And as you might know, Mr. Porter is basically a Richemont brand itself. So the fact that they sell it here is not a coincidence.
I did not know that. I did not know that at all.
Yeah, so both are owned. Both Jaeger LeCoultre and Mr. Porter is owned by Richemont. That's why Mr. Porter's website has these YouTube channel has these long nostalgic takes about horological icons, and they're usually from the Jaeger LeCoultre catalog or Vacheron Constantin, because it's all in the family.
Makes sense. And it's I think this is in that same ballpark of like somewhere in the 4 mm range. It's like 4 something, this thing.
Yeah, let's check it out. Details and care. Does it say? Yeah, 425.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's crazy.
Like marginally thicker.
That 1 millimeter makes a difference.
As a dress watch, it's really, it's really amazing. Like you said, the sector dial kind of layout, the leaf hands, they're beautifully heat blued.
Yeah, there's something special about that to me too. I really like that. It's just different. Very unique.
The placement of the crown, of course, that's distinct. Yeah, and one of 100. That's pretty exclusive, right? Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I mean, it's more exclusive than what was that AP? That AP, like they made some AP like superhero watch, and like Black Marvel or something. They made like 200 of those or 250 of those. So it's more exclusive than that, I guess. That says something.
Yeah, it's the Black Panther Flying Tourbillon. I think the Roylock concept.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Some of these concepts are actually pretty cool, I think. I just I can't get behind, like, this sounds really kind of elitist, but I can't get behind the superhero on an AP, you know? Something about it that's just kind of like weird to me. It's like, I don't know. It's like, I guess it's the high class, low class, like combining it, and I get why it works, but I also, like, to me it's like, you don't combine that, you know?
I think my theory about Audemars Piguet Roylock concept line always was that too little, too late. But Audemars Piguet realized that how much hype and attention that Richard Mille has been getting.
Mm-hmm.
And you might know this, but maybe someone in our audience will learn. It's actually APRP, which is the Renault et Papy, the boutique movement maker that AP now owns. They are the ones who supply movements calibers to Richard Mille. So I think they basically thought, hey, someone else has been making a lot of money on calibers that we produce with these toy-looking watches. So why not do it in-house? Why not make some versions of them ourselves?
It's reasonable, not unreasonable. You know, I would be saying the same thing. I get that. I get that. I like some of the other concepts. I just don't like it with
the Black Panther specifically, or just superhero period.
Yeah, sans superhero. I'd be all about it. I think. Yeah. I saw this earlier today and thought this was what's up. That little music thing. That's pretty.
Oh yeah,
too.
the Royal Oak offshore with the
Little music thing. Yeah.
equalizer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that what it's called? Equalizer. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not that musically educated. That's what I guessed.
I mean, it
But
looks. It's different. I like the color, I guess.
Fader, it says. They all
Okay.
feature a tapestry dial reproducing the motifs of an equalizer. Okay, I was right the
There
first
you
time.
go. On it. Yeah.
Neural textured studs reminiscent of jack plugs and crown guards inspired by the fader on mixing consoles. Right, this is the fader.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's cool.
And that's the end links. And then the dial is, I feel like, this is cool because it's a concept, not to be confused with Royal Oak concept. But I actually, when it comes to that particular color scheme, I really enjoyed the 34 ceramic that they did in limited edition. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, that was really nice. I was well, there's that black and the white one. I was a big fan of the black looking the black 34 that was really
Mm-hmm.
expensive, you know, like I don't know, secondary it was like 80 or 90 grand, but I was a big fan of that one.
Let's see if they still have it on the website. They should. Yeah, there we
Yeah,
go.
that's it right there. There we go. Yeah, I think that looks really, really good.
And this is something actually they did with the Florentine jeweler Carolina Bucci, who designed the dial, kind of complementing this all black, quote unquote, urban aesthetic of the watch. She wanted something that would look black, but like petrol reflecting the light in a puddle on cityscape. And I think that's a very interesting execution. And Carolina Bucci is the jeweler actually who started doing those frosted gold finishes for Audemars Piguet some time back. So they have a long-standing collaboration with her.
Oh wow.
And this is a very interesting watch. All ceramic, of course.
Yeah, the ceramic's really cool. Very, very cool. I like the 34 too. I mean, I know that that's a female size, but the 34 to 36, I don't know. I think, especially, you go back like 10, 20 years, it wasn't just a female size. Like it was definitely, you can see some men repping that. Looks good on her though. Definitely looks good on
Yeah.
Serena.
And you know what I'm willing to bet? I think Serena may have bigger wrists than me. So if she can rock it, I can rock it too.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, she's great. One of the best athletes of her time, if not of all time. Great.
Yeah, for sure.
Aussie Expat says, does concept equal gimmick? Oof.
I mean, maybe that one's a little gimmick. I mean, I don't want to bash the whole line because there's cool stuff in there. I saw the rapper Eminem has a Royal Oak concept that actually looks pretty cool that I didn't like hate, I'm just not a fan of the I guess it's just the gimmicky nature of putting a superhero on a watch, which sounds kind of silly because I actually I like some of the old Gentas with not a superhero, but with the Mickey Mouse on it and stuff like that. The what's that movie? Future Fantasia. They have the Fantasia
Mhm.
Mickey Mouse. I'm all about those, but for some reason, throwing it on an AP, there's something kind of weird about it.
Yeah, look, I mean, none of this is for me in any sense of the word, to be honest. Like, not financially, not aesthetically. I'm not even, I think tourbillon is an interesting um, concept. It's an interesting um, regulation technique that was at one time actually useful in pocket watches as well, in
Mm-hmm.
terms of keeping good time. And it can be fantastic to see it open worked and exhibited in the right way on a watch dial as well. Very romantic, because it kind of oscillates, right, and adjusting itself in all those different positions. But yeah, I mean, a whole line of this kind of stuff, it doesn't really excite me. Certainly not 250,000 at a pop, if not more.
Yeah, it doesn't excite me. I would say it's definitely not. Doesn't excite me, especially not at that price point. I'd rather have other stuff from the line, certainly. But then every once in a while, I'll see something like this that's absolutely crazy, and it's like, you know what? I think I might wear that. I think I might wear that. There might be a way. There might be a place or something that I would rep that. Not every day, but see myself wearing it.
Messaging Matters says Serena has some time to try on her watches now. Yeah, she was too busy winning, period, and winning Grand Slams. I think now she can take a breather once every so often. Um, Eric L says, I had a Timex Dick Tracy. Yeah, it's a gimmick. Not bad. Alan Gildo, hey, welcome to the channel. It's nice to see you. Loose Tooth says their older concepts are very interesting. Loose, send some names and model numbers, and let's pull up and see if we can find something that we can get behind.
The
Yeah,
59
let's.
is pretty nice too. The 59s are a really nice line, I think.
Really?
Yeah, I like them. Some people really don't. I'm a fan of them, honestly. I think they're.
Ah,
You're not a fan. Not
this was going so well. This was going so well.
a I really like the dials on these, like the bright, I think it's the purple or the red, like just the bright. There's
Uh-huh.
something that bright that I like, Like there's also a slate gray two-tone that's pretty cool too. Yeah, like these, like the blue, the purple, the red. I don't know why.
Mhm.
They're different, neat.
Mhm.
No comment.
Look, I mean, the smoked design or fumé design can be really interesting, and I'm sure in person, the execution of these dials are probably very stunning. But imagine being the current CEO who is a sitting duck now because he's leaving his job. It was publicly announced at the end of next year, and this is going to be his legacy for the brand. So I think it's pretty miserable, if you ask
That
me.
actually is a good point. I mean, that's kind of tough, you know. That's tough for sure. Yeah, that is a tough legacy. I'm not going to disagree with that.
Um, yeah, and honestly, I think speaking of gimmicks, which fascinates me, by the way, because they don't actually demonstrate it well on the model websites. This watch actually, if you look from the sides, it's basically it integrates an octagon, right? Kind of tip of the hat to the Royal Oak's bezel, right? Did you know that? Could you examine any of these or look at
No, I haven't
detailed
seen it
pictures?
in person. I've only seen them through the renderings and whatnot, and like pictures people have sent.
Okay, so when you see them from the side, which we will, let's see, for example.
Oh, I see what you're talking about from the side. Yeah, it does have that octagonal type, or something. You can see. I see what you're kind of saying, or saying from these side pics a little
You
bit.
see?
Yeah, yeah.
Let me go in detail to some of those pictures and honestly, just like I mean, first of all, I find it eerily similar to certain Polaris models from the face up. But yes, they have these hollowed out
Yeah.
lugs and kind of like a sandwiched octagon shape to the case.
The Polaris is a good. Yeah, there is kind of a Polaris vibe on that a little bit. But I think the dial looks amazing on that. I don't know. I think I like the
Yeah,
Venturine or whatever that sparkle is. Um,
that's what they usually call it, or copper blue. Sometimes they call
oh,
it. I think in Lange they call it that, if I'm not mistaken. Look, I mean, they did again. If I may backtrack just a little bit, they did a few things for this lineup, like introducing new calibers. Um, and I think the more complicated versions are a little more intriguing, like that perpetual calendar version that we just looked at.
yeah.
Um, in even in the visual appeal of the dial, it's very beautiful. But the pared down, 300 date versions, I just
I
find
like
it.
I like those. I'm not. I'm like. I don't. So I'm not gonna lie. I would prefer the big calendar. Obviously, that's like it's a sexier watch. But I like the pared down. I think especially like with the bright. I don't know, the purple, the red, the blues. I think it looks good. I get why it's not for everybody. I hear what you're saying too. With like that's hardly the. I don't know, hardly a legacy in terms of if that's the watch you're going out with for your brand, but I don't know. I like it. I like it. Don't love it. I wouldn't be throwing down, retail price on it, but
Mhm.
I mean, yeah,
Um, yeah, this is the two-tone that you were talking about, I think, which is an interesting execution. The octagon is kind of pink gold, and the rest of the case is in maybe I don't know. It's not steel, I guess. It's probably white gold.
I think it's white gold. Yeah, I think it's white gold. I don't know though. I really don't know.
Yeah, look, I mean, at this price point and the way they basically use this as a buffer of weeding out new customers in boutiques, get a few of these and maybe we'll allocate you a Royal Oak at some point in time. I just don't. There's a lot not to like. And Eric says something interesting in the chat, which I will kind of turn around. He says, Lord hates them. I think they're a nice watch. Would I pay 30K? No way. it's okay to like a watch, but not buy one. And in my case, I think it's okay to hate a watch and not buy one.
Yeah, I mean, I think that nailed it though for sure in terms of would I pay 30K? No, I definitely would not pay 30K, but still, I like it. I guess, yeah, I think that Eric nailed it.
So a little bit of an insight, which I think these are sometimes exaggerated. I also know a lot of AP owners who have never experienced anything more serious than turning in their watch for expensive service at 5 to 7 year intervals. The rumor rub on AP, Jake Brooks says, is that the more complicated movements are often fragile, with less than impeccable in-house service, turnaround time, dollar. Again, legitimate complaint, and it's not cheap to service an Audemars Piguet watch with them. But guys, complicated watches are more fragile. There are just more moving parts. More things can go wrong. And believe it or not, you're not supposed to wear it like your favorite 300 Rolex. Like, they're a little more delicate.
Yeah, it's not as utilitarian, that's for sure.
And that's something to consider, of course, when you are, plunking down that much cash on a watch and you just want to wear it with abandon. Don't go for an ultra thin execution of a perpetual calendar, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to wear it with reckless abandon, you want something that's more utilitarian. Definitely agree with that.
And there's a Glasute question. We will go back to that, and maybe that's a way to talk about the beautiful watch you have in your avatar too.
Yeah, let me just let my dog out really quick. Give me 1 sec.
Of course. So Ozzy actually confirms, Jake Brooks, I only know one person who has owned APs for a considerable amount of time. The reliability and service options, it sounds like a scam watch. Pardon me. And Ozzy says, I don't know if I could speak that kindly of a watch that does not tempt me to buy. Hey, guys, people call me lunatic. People say I have a temper. And look how soft-spoken I am about 1159, which is a watch that I hate passionately. So thank you, Aussie Expat, for recognizing that restraint on my part. But the amount they charge and how regularly they break, the turnaround time, it just seems like a poor experience. Man, Audemars Piguet has the worst customer service experience. Don't get me started. If you were privileged enough to buy them, and service charges and the lead time was your concern, that's a very first world problem. And not being able to get them is also a first world problem, but that's where the problem starts anyways. You don't have to actually own an Audemars Piguet to shit on their low quality of customer service. So I agree with that, Ozzy. So Loose Tooth, as an experience, as an example, put this right before we turn to Glasute. Royal Oak Concept Carbon. This is a watch that he actually liked from the Royal Oak Concept series. And tell us, Loose Tooth, what you particularly like about this watch. Was this in any way connected to Michael Schumacher? Because some of them are advertised like this. Lap timer.
Not a big fan of the contrast between that, like the black and the silver color. On the all black, it looks a little better to me, personally. I guess that's a personal aesthetic. But that looks great back, though. Wowzers. That's yeah.
All right. Okay.
Now we're talking.
And yeah, there's a Schumacher signature there. You see?
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's Michael Schumacher thing. MS. Yeah. I see MS. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
And it looks like I mean, look at the guy, man. His signature looks like an F1 car. That's I guess
Oh,
he likes driving cars. Huh?
that's impressive. And wow, it actually does. No, that's crazy.
But yeah, that's a beautiful movement. Looks very steampunk. Love it.
It does look steampunk. It looks very steampunk. Yeah,
Like
that's
it's like, you know, they took like the movement of a 4D's manual chronograph and somehow spice it up for the space age. It's very interesting.
yeah, definitely spiced up. I mean that I was surprised when turning that over for sure. That's impressive. Just not a fan of that steel or whatever that silver is. You know, that's just that contrast. I'm not loving that.
I'm guessing it's titanium bezel against carbon piece. Let's see what it says.
Carbon on the case.
Yeah, the 44 millimeter case is in forged carbon paired with a titanium bezel.
Titanium. Yeah. Okay. I mean, yeah.
Mm. And yeah, punters are admiring the movement just like we do.
Yeah, it's hard to not like the movement on that. I think the punters are going to be enticed by it for sure. I mean, that looks, yeah, it's hard to not like that.
So let's talk a little bit about Glashütte before you have to go.
Yeah, let's go through it.
Um, so Alex was asking about the, let's see, Glashütte Original Pano series.
Ooh, I like the Pano. The Pano is really a fun series.
So let's go there. There we go. What are the watches that you like in the Pano series?
What do I like in the Pano series? Ooh, a lot of them. I mean, so I prefer the manual ones over the automatic personally. But I also like the inverses. I like the inverses. Um, I mean, honestly, you can find something cool in just about any of these. I think they're all, some of these golds are really pretty too. Um, I mean, honestly, you can find something good in just about all of these. And that's a pretty one too. I mean, that's great.
Yeah, this is the stainless steel hand wound movement, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, to me, that's really nice. I mean, it's kind of don't know what else you want at the price point, really, because I think you're
Yeah.
at like 11 or so on the 11-ish, right?
Yeah.
10.
10 with the fold fastener, it says. What that's like a basically single fold clasp, I guess, and then 96 for I guess the tang buckle, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. You can get a discount on these though. Anything Swatch for sure, you can get a discount.
I think so. And including VAT, it says, I don't know if that's the case with US dollars, but hey, that's something to think about.
Their bracelets are really nice too. They're very nice, the bracelets.
Do you I mean, I'm asking this question as bluntly as I can. Do you mind the fact that this looks very much like the Langa one, but kind of changed enough so they don't get a cease and desist letter?
So that doesn't bother me. I know what. So I guess my response to that would be like I know why it's not for everybody. Like how some people would be like, well, they want the Longa one instead. It's like, oh, it's kind of like the Longa one. I want the Longa one. I think it's
Mhm.
different enough that it's clear you can't say it's not inspired by the Longa one. There's clearly some recycling, so to speak, of the aesthetic, but I think they do it really well, and I think it looks really good the way they execute it. I mean, I wish it was a little thinner. Obviously, I wish it was as thin as some of those long and zones, but I think it looks really good, especially at the price. I mean, you can't really complain.
Yeah, I think they're a little bigger, and certainly, I mean, Lange doesn't, at least not in production, offer their Lange one in stainless steel. So I guess you have Glashütte Original to turn to if you want a watch like this in
Oh,
steel.
yeah, great point. Yeah, great point. Well, and I think they're gold. You know, if I recall correctly, the gold ones are like 13 to 16. They're not. They're under 20. They're gold.
Hmm.
Pano. I don't know if it's like the automatic or the
Let's
manual
check
or
it
not.
out.
They're not crazy. Yeah, like any of these right here, I'm pretty sure they're in the teens.
Um, yeah, let's do this. And it says,
Okay, so a little higher than I thought. I thought it was a little lower than that. I thought it was like 15. I thought it was like 15, 16, something like that. Um,
but
so
that's
yeah,
still less than half than what a Lange one in pink gold lists for. So
it okay. I mean, and you can definitely get this cheaper for sure,
yeah,
for sure.
I think you can still get a Lange one in the secondary market in pink gold, especially. White gold can run a little pricier, around 25K, and maybe soon even a little less. But list price, it's 40 now.
Wow.
So
Wow.
yeah, and this is already at list price. It's less than half, because
Well, that's,
Langes by standard come with just a tank buckle. You have to pay extra for a proper single fold or maybe butterfly clasp if they have a butterfly.
going to be
So
charging for everything extra. I think I saw the I can't remember which version it was. I want to say it was the green. I want to say it was the gold with the green dial, but it might have been the gold with
mhm.
could have been a different gold. I really don't recall which gold it was. I'm pretty sure it was the gold with green. It could have been the gold with the black though. But I saw it at a gray for like almost 14, or maybe it was like it was either almost 14 or mid 14, so like 14, 15.
Mhm.
So it's, I don't know, hopefully they'll come down a little more.
So I will ask you one more question if I'm not taking too much of your time, because I already know that you like the 60s,
I do. I like
because
this.
you have one, right?
I do.
And yours was an earlier annual edition with that beautiful fiery orange
So my
dial.
understanding of how they do it, basically, like, correct me if I'm wrong here, but so basically, they do two editions, and sometimes it's more, but they'll do this one like you have, where it's, and then they'll also do another version where it's either the Pano date, which is kind of like what my avatar is, or
Mhm.
it's like chronograph version. So either you'll see the date, like the panorama date, which is what my avatar is, or you'll see the chronograph. And so it's just every year they'll do one or the other, but they do two versions. So like the three hander and then the chronograph, or the three hander and the panorama, like date or whatever. And then I think they also do it on the 70s edition. Like they'll do an annual 70s, but they kind of keep it, they don't advertise it as much. So there's kind of like I guess you would call it like a bright yellow. It's not a Stella, Rolex yellow, but it's a
Mhm.
bright yellow on the 70s. That looks pretty good. And they have, I think, two versions of that, like a chronograph and something simpler as well.
Yeah, I do. I like yours. That's like the Eye of Sauron to
Yeah,
me. I think it's pretty cool.
yeah, it looks good, I think. I
And
like too these 70s. I don't know. I think I know that some people are going to say, "Oh, it's a Nautilus ripoff," but to me,
blue or green? I was actually gonna ask you about these next. Blue or green? Which one?
no. I want to see the green in person. I haven't seen it in person. I
Mhm.
want to see it in person. So they're both good. I don't know.
If you ask me, again, people already know that I'm not a big fan of Nautilus as a design. I think
Mhm.
this has infinitely more character than the Nautilus. It's
That's
sharper, more angular watch. I think a more not that I usually care about these things, but I feel like, this actually looks sportier and in a way more masculine than the Nautilus. Um, which, I mean, you may want a sports watch to look a little bit more towards that slant. Whether it's going to be worn by woman or man is another point altogether. I think these look great on everything, on the full bracelet, on a rubber strap, on this, what is it, like, it's like nubuck or calfskin, whatever it is.
Call it a nubuck. I like the rubber a lot. I think their bracelets are killer, but I think this on the rubber looks really, really good.
On what?
On the rubber, sorry, on this right here. That
No,
rubber.
no, I was expecting you to put, yes,
Rubber.
put a little more drama into it.
Rubber. Yeah, it's all about the rubber for sure. I think that looks really good.
I think so. And
One
again, like you said, the rendering probably doesn't give enough of that feeling.
I'm sorry?
The rendering probably doesn't give us enough feeling of that green dial.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with that too. I'm waiting to see like the real life pics of this. One of the punters sent me sent me an email about it, but didn't send me a picture, so I don't know. They're just saying that in person, like, oh, it's it's not that great, but I don't know. I need to see it. It's one of those things. Until you see it, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, if they're already in dealers, it might be an interesting thing to check out.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. I think there's a lot of winners in this lineup. Um, with the glass hooter original. I don't know. I guess I'm just a big fan of all these kind of. It sounds kind of crazy to call them mid-tier luxury because I mean they're all like luxury, but I guess like the Geo, the JLC, the Grand Seiko, like that's all
Mhm.
that's right up my alley. I'm all about that, I guess.
All
Oh, and
right,
here there we go.
last words, maybe last words. What do you think about this watch?
Um, you know what? Know what I will say? I will say that I didn't see this in person until about a week ago, and not gonna lie, I was a little disappointed in person. A little disappointed in person, but I do
Ooh.
a little disappointed in person. But no, I do like it. I think it's absolutely beautiful. The dial is really there's something about the dial that's really impressive, and I also think whether it's the titanium or the white gold or the whatever, there's all or I think this is the white gold, but there are
Mhm.
these other versions of this with like they have like a white background, like a white that's really pretty too, and like a black, like there's other versions. The way the blue wave, I think maybe it's a nostalgia going back to like the blue wave Omega. I'm not really sure.
Mhm.
But there's something about the blue wave. I think I'll always be about the blue wave. I think I'll always be about um, dive watches. I guess hard to call this a dive watch.
Right.
Like you know what I mean. Like it's not really a dive watch, but it's heck, it's close enough.
Yeah, sports watch with a nautical vibe, I guess, because like they really went all in with the nautical vibe. Even the rotor is like half ship's wheel. I
Yeah.
just recognized the if you look at the stripes of the bridges in the movement and the way they are decorated, those are not Geneva waves. They're like the stripes of like luxury boats deck, like
Oh wow.
alternating stripes. You see that?
Yeah, I see that now that you pointed out. I mean, I didn't even notice that. Yeah, it's the
And
little things. It's those little things, right? I mean,
yeah, and the propeller, for the crown guards, and like they really went all in with that nautical theme. And if you're put off by it, I can understand that. Um, but as much as I resisted it, I really do like this watch.
yeah, I like it too. If it drops enough, I would jump on it. I really would be all about it.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, no, it really is a great watch. I really like it on the rubber too. Um, I don't know. I guess I could say like obviously, I think I mean, what's the retail on the Aquanaut? It's kind of in the same rough range, isn't it? Because I mean, if on the white gold, this is about 30. And I know the Aquanaut's in that rough range. It's just it's going in the opposite direction. It's basically like secondary market, it's going up, 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 where this on the secondary is going down, down, down.
So when it comes to this one at retail, it's 28.6K USD.
Okay.
And if you were to go with the Aquanaut Blue Dial, which is the white gold version, 5168G, that would be
Ooh,
47,000.
so okay, a little bit more, like 40% or so for sure. A lot
Yeah.
more. Okay. And that does look a lot. I mean, that looks really good.
It does, but I think the 42, actually, this is a larger case than steel. To me, that's a little bit of put off, honestly. I think in steel, Aquanaut, the 300, I think it's a nice watch. If it were, if it could be obtained at the list price, it could be an interesting watch. But I think that's no longer the case. And I'm not really that taken by the precious metal versions of it.
I hear you. I hear you. I mean, that's oof, I like that though. But yeah, I think I'm going like Team Breguet. I'm going Team Breguet. I'm trying to
Good.
lean into Breguet. Um, I was also really, I think when I was looking at Breguet at first, I really like some of those classiques, those dress watches,
Mhm.
those too. But I think it's kind of like when I was looking at Geo at Glass Hooter Original, I was looking at those panel reserves, and then you just kind of wiggle into and it's like I wiggled into this annual edition 60s. It's weird how it works out, with what you end up liking. You might like go into the brand looking at one thing and then you walk out with something completely different.
That's
Or
right.
like something completely different. You got to just go with it, right?
I mean, look, I always looked into Breguet for, yeah, I like those dress watches, and maybe one day, when I'm 50 and I look 70, I will wear one.
Hmm.
Um, but then I realized there's so much more, and I've always liked their chronos, anyways. The Type 20 lineage,
Yeah, they're
something
awesome.
I always adore. But
I
I
love.
suddenly discovered Marine and the new versions of it, especially, and I do love them. I love the rose gold version too. And if the nautical inspiration is a little too much, I think that's also a cool take, where you still have the same wave dial.
I like that too. That looks really good to me.
Yeah.
For a while I used to like. I think it's 5817 ST. It's like the previous version of these.
Hmm.
Um, and for a long time, I think I was looking into the classiques and I was like, oh, yeah, that's it. That's just like a blue dial, kind of like a rarer one. But I preferred these, the 5817s. And then over a while, I guess I started to like, the newer version. But I was all about this for a long time. I really liked these. Um, Similar, very similar, but different.
There are things about this generation that I like more than the recent one, like namely the rotor, that is like this wave kind of pattern. Um, what is the movement called? I think it's like yes, 517 GG. There we go.
Ooh,
I think in precious metal versions especially, it's gorgeous. But I
yeah.
understand why they went with that ship's wheel design, because forget about the nautical inspiration, because it's kind of skeletonized as part of the design. You get to see more of the movement and the finishing, so that's a little more charming to a lot of people. Um, but yeah, that's just beautiful engine turning there for that rotor.
Yeah, that's beautiful. I mean, it's hard. You can't say anything bad about these launches. You really can't.
It's hard. It's hard. It's hard.
Yeah, it's hard. You can't do it.
Well, again, I don't want to hold you for too long. I know this was a very special appearance, but I also don't want to test your patience.
Well,
But
thank you for having me, Lord. For real, it was. I hope we could speak again. I hope we can do some again. It was great going through the stuff. I hope. Yeah, I mean, it was great stuff. I hope this is able to help you somehow. And
it does. It
yeah.
does a great deal. It would, you know, what would also help if you would just say Mariner once before you sign off.
Oh, the Mariner. Yeah, hopefully we'll get the Mariner. I'm gonna work up for the Mariner. One of these days we'll be able to get the Mariner. It will happen. So yeah, for sure. Mariner all day.
Is it your exit piece?
I'm gonna say it is. I'm gonna say it's the exit piece. I think that you know what? I think that if I got this, it would be hard to want anything else. So I can
Mm,
essentially call it an exit piece because I don't. I mean, if I got this, I don't know what else I would. Because I all my shopping is in that sub 5-figure range, and so this would be heavy hitter for me. So I think I would be pretty content with that. Wouldn't need to do any more shopping for a while.
yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's a beautiful piece, very unique. Maybe a little bit of an acquired taste, but if you're into the design language of Breguet, there's a lot to appreciate on it. If you're into nautical wristwatches, again, I was just sitting today earlier in a few for a few hours in the cigar lounge to a gentleman who was wearing the 2531.80, that, like, first bond Omega automatic,
Oh
and
wow.
that wave dial, like you said, it's really an icon, and maybe some of that passion bleeds into our appreciation of this watch. But hey, whatever it is.
I think it does. I mean, I'm talking for myself, obviously, but like that's the watch that got me into watches. That blue wave Omega. So I think it has to be that nostalgia. It has to be a little bit. It's definitely working its way into this, the appreciation for this. But I could talk on this piece forever. I really could. Like, I really could. Same with some of these. Yeah, I like those Omegas a lot too. I just don't like that bracelet. I think that's the problem. I like the other, there's these two bracelets. I guess it would
Mm,
be more Speedmaster bracelet, I think is what they call it.
but yeah, that's I know this is more systematic, more regular compared to the more artsy fartsy version of the Breguet, but this is also very beautiful and subtle
Oh
in
yeah,
real life to the naked eye.
absolutely. And the way the light captures it and yeah, all that. Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna have to agree with you on that. Yeah. Um, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, I'm sorry, I have to run, buddy, for real. Like this was great. Thank you again, and we'll talk soon.
It was
All
wonderful having you, Watch Nicholas.
right. All right.
Thanks for coming.
Have a good rest of your weekend.
Thank you, man. Have a good long weekend. Happy 4th.
Thank you.
Awesome. Guys, I'm so sorry I missed some of your messages, but um Bosser, welcome to the channel. Palwi, I didn't get to talk to you in the chat. Welcome back. The GLC Polaris Blue Dial on bracelet is warming to me. Yeah, I think it's a nice watch. And again, Polaris, I was saying the same thing about the Code 1159. And George, I know you just came in as well. I don't appreciate it much as a 300 with the date, but the more complicated it gets, the more interesting it gets to me. So Polaris is that kind of watch too. The automatic and date, I don't really care about whatever special dial color or combination they have. But the perpetual calendar version, I absolutely love. The chronograph world time, I apologize. Even though it's unwearable for me at 44 millimeters, I love there's a lot I love in that line. The Memovox, of course, is very iconic. So if you like that, that could be one luxury diver watch to get. But anyway, it's Polaris is I think very underrated, and on the secondary market that can help you get some great deals. Guys, thank you for being here. Watch Nicholas once again. This was great. I'm truly honored that of all channels you would choose to come to my channel. I really feel honored, really feel privileged, really feel grateful. And I hope this is something that we can build on. But even if it is a one-off, I really appreciate it. And hey, I'm a little bit, I have a little bit of a big head, quite literally and figuratively. So, I call myself your favorite live streamer's favorite live streamer. And I guess there's some truth to that. Archie Luxury is here, Watch Nicholas is here, and the punters are here. And I love you guys. Thank you for being here. I just, some new developments. I just made a Patreon, and I did it with a very specific purpose. So if I get enough support there, that will allow me to dedicate more time to the channel. Namely, I will be able to do 2-hour live streams earlier in the day, at least twice a week, so that I can have something more interactive, more directly engaged with the UK and continental European audience. So if you want to help support the channel, help expand it, and if you, for whatever reason, didn't want to contribute or use PayPal or Cash App to contribute, this is another option for you. And I have already shared the link a couple of times, but we'll share it again. It is also in the ticker. So feel free to check it out, and it's there with the explicit purpose of having live streams that would be actually more available to the non-US audience, non-North American audience. So it could be interesting. George Varghese is here. He says, good evening, Lord and Watch Nicholas. At least we agree on Glasute Original. I own the original 60s in green, the best green dial out there. Oh, nice, man. I mean, George has an amazing collection, and that is a beautiful addition. And knowing his commitment and love for Erlange und Söhne, I can understand why he would have a soft spot for the Glashütte Original, since both of those companies, of course, share DNA. So let's attend to some more stuff here. By the way, let me share the link here. You can join the conversation. I just wanted to have something a little, more one-to-one with Watch Nicholas. But he had to run, so feel free to jump on the panel, Ozzy and everyone else. I think perhaps trading actual professional stuff like mental jiu-jitsu it's humbling. Bullshit doesn't last long. Is that what happened in the dungeon? Look, that since I have been deleted as a character in Archieverse, that means I lost, I don't care about these, but I lost my mod privileges, I lost my ranch, etc., which means that I can't actually jump on the dungeon anymore and open a stream myself, right? So that's why I'm usually absent from there, and not a lot of people actually go in and open streams in the dungeon anymore. I don't even know who has that privilege anymore, and what's going on in the background, because I just don't care in that way. I'm just part of the audience. So I don't know, but the dungeon was a necessary place. It was an important place, and I wouldn't want to have it go completely away and defunct. Paui says, I miss Sirocco sales. I do too. I always roasted him, but I love him. And Ozzy agrees, the dungeon just doesn't have an owner to actually fire up the stream. And it just needed guys like Lord or Badger, who would just put in the hours to keep the stream running regardless. Yeah, too bad. Green Room doesn't listen to the punters enough. He picks and chooses what he responds to. If he can be more bipartisan, he's a good custodian. I think Green Room is a great talent. It's just streaming is not what he wants to apply that talent to. So, and I respect that. He's very young. He's very talented. He's very smart. There's so much else that he can do than spend so much time on live streams, which is the first criticism that I would turn to myself. So no reason to get self-conscious. And Ozzy says maybe we need a different technology, as in the main issue is the actual administration of StreamYard. Well, I mean, you just need a platform with people who trust each other and who are actually committed to working together, even if it is at different times. You just need a little bit of collaboration and cooperation without any drama behind the scenes. And it's quite easy to figure out, actually. Here we have a regular schedule. As I said, we start right around 7:30 and go until midnight in Pacific Daylight Savings Time right now. And I want to have a 2-hour stream earlier in the day. And if there are contributions in Patreon and in other platforms, from PayPal at LordHellespawnV at gmail.com and Cash App at $LHVVV, I'll be able to put in 2 more hours at least twice a week. So that's another time. And once we have regulars, we can figure certain things out. And maybe, there can be even a chance for, having other mods at a certain point. For now, I'm not going to do that, but that's not something that I completely close off at a future point. I think this can become a platform, as it is already, that's much more open and much more collaborative and much more of a collective than everything else out there. Lore would be the ideal host. I am the host here. I don't need another channel. With all due respect, I think Dungeon needs someone else. But yeah, I'm good. I'm a good host. I'm a decent host in my own channel. He's strong-willed and he needs his own success. Exactly. Guys, with that being said, please upvote the stream. For the love of Watch Nicholas, upvote the stream, like the stream. Hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't. I see a lot of familiar faces, but if you have never spoken up, if you have never participated before, don't hesitate. Post your questions, post your comments, post your reactions. Subscribe and stay tuned. We are here every day with new watch content. Audio only. Okay. So expat Lord can't be a paid gig on the dungeon. He knows too much himself. Green Room should run the dungeon. He isn't a watch guy. A paid gig in a circumstances ideal. What do you mean by it? Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Maybe I'll skip over some of that. Green Room is in a way above my league, Palwi. I wouldn't put him down in that way. I think Green Room is a nice guy and very talented and very smart. But his heart is not in the live stream gig, period. And when your heart and passion is not there, no amount of money will keep you engaged. So it's a different thing. Polly says, watch Nicholas and Lord Legend. Say, man, thank you for being here. You're a legend yourself. The Marine Big Date on bracelet, that was gorgeous. Yeah, that was a nice watch. The previous generation of Marine, which was I think 58, 17 ST, I want to say. Yeah, this was a very handsome watch as well. Don't take me wrong. I do prefer the new version, but this watch had a lot of character of its own. GB Vol, welcome to the channel. Bregwet against Odmar Pigwet. Dirk Diggler says, yo, what's funny? I was looking up the Marine and Mariner, and nothing was showing up. Yeah, it's the watch is called Marine or Marine. But yeah, Mariner is just Watch Nicholas way of calling it. Yes, goodbye to the anti-Semite in the chat. We all need money. We all have, we all have families. We all have mouths to feed. We all have ourselves to feed and take care of, and we all have needs. So we all need money. There's no reason why it's a bad thing to ask for money for the time and work we put in here. I really don't see why it bothers so many people so much that they would go to anti-Semitic lengths to attack it. It's very unbecoming. But I know where these guys are coming from. I know what channels they actually subscribe to. I know what kind of ideology and people they serve. So it's good to know that they keep that same bigoted energy. It's good sometimes to know your enemy, and glad to know the anti-Semitic enemy is there and it will be fought by all means necessary. Pate Connoisseur, welcome to the channel, man. Nice to see you. And Big Meech is rolling in with the sheep. Hey, man. Steve Schmidt, welcome back to the channel. Great to see Watch Nicholas, fellow watch enthusiast who is not into drama. Yeah, you see, Watch Nicholas was here, and this is where he came to talk about watches because he loves watches. He's a watch enthusiast. And maybe he wanted to take a little break and talk about watches. You are disappointed. By all means, I'm disappointed in you, Steve. I thought this was a serious watch channel, never experienced to see. Hey, I'll always speak highly of friends, of people who have their heart in the right place. And Watch Nicholas is one such friend. Watch Nicholas is someone I communicated for the first time talking about watches. We're still talking about watches to this day, and we'll continue to talk about watches on this channel and one-to-one in other platforms as well. It is what it is. Loose Tooth says, have you reached out to Steve Hullock of TikToking? I don't even know who that is, Loose Tooth. Can you clarify that for me? I think he was or is in LA. I've never heard of that individual, Loose Tooth. Please help me out. I can be sometimes appallingly ignorant on some issues and some characters, so please educate me. And Dirk Diggler says, please Watch Nicholas does not e-beg compared to a lot of streams. Watch Nicholas doesn't e-beg. We don't e-beg. We perform certain kinds of work to entertain, to educate, to spend time together. And if you feel that deserves your contribution, if you feel that's worthy of your contribution, you use the appropriate channels that I emphasize once again are there in the crawling ticker, are there in the video description. And that means you are becoming part of this channel in a more meaningful way. That means you're helping this channel to stay alive and stay afloat, because StreamYard is not free. People's time is not free. And it's simple. It's not e-begging. And if you feel it's like e-begging, feel free to tune off and go elsewhere, right? That's pretty straightforward to me. Pauli says people don't realize how tiring it is to host a show every day like this. I will say, Pauli, it's not tiring, it's not exhausting, but it's a lot of work. And it's the kind of work I love doing. And your contributions allow me to do it more efficiently, more passionately, and just more extensively, right? So if there are more contributions, I do more of it and I do it better. Because like you said, it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of energy to host a good show. And one other thing that Watch Nicholas and I have in common is we are, a lot of times we are here for long stretches of time, Watch Nicholas more than I, on our own. And yes, it takes a certain kind of energy and knowledge to run a show on your own. I'm lucky and I'm fortunate that I have people here who consistently come to join me as interlocutors, as fellow watch enthusiasts, and they help me out a great deal. And I have in mind people like Aussie Expat. I have in mind people like Smoking Joe, Big Meech, and I have in mind others who started joining me once every so often, including Dirk, who will hopefully fix his microphone next time, so it won't be actual torture on my ears. But hey, I have a lot of people who come in and help me with the conversation and help me host this show. I live in downtown LA, by the way, baby girl. That's where I am based. Sorry for missing that before. Polly says, Lord is hosting a show plus having the knowledge. Why not ask for Patreon or Super Chat? I'm not monetized yet, so that's exactly why I'm directing people to the Patreon. That's exactly why I'm directing people to PayPal. That's exactly why I'm directing people to the Cash App. Again, it's entirely optional, especially at this point in time, since I make an effort to read each and every chat, which doesn't cost anything to you. Watch Nicholas says, great knowledge, Lord. Thanks for having me. It was my pleasure. Thank you for being here. Good night, Polly, Dirk. Lord, have a happy 4th. Have a happy 4th, my friend. TikToking YouTube channel, Indie Dealer. I'll check him out and let you know what I find out, Loose Tooth. Thank you. And Dirk says the Lord can't get super chats until he gets 1K subs. So yes, again, the Patreon link I posted is the best way to allow me to run more live streams and produce more content, because I can put more time towards the channel. And if you appreciate the work I'm already doing, if you want me to do it more, again, Patreon is there, PayPal is there, and the Cash App is there. by all means, at the end of the day, whoever you are, call it by whatever name. If I didn't think I was worthy of it, if I didn't think that I earned it, I'm not the kind of person who would have the face to ask for it. So it is what it is. And yeah, I have no idea what is this. Yeah, let's just remove people who make it just a point to not contribute anything and just be disruptive. It's just not worth our time, guys. Hey, Ozzy.
G'day. Oh, I think my microphone is the wrong one.
What do you mean? It works fine. What's the problem?
There we go. I only just started it up and I realized I joined before starting it up. So yeah, nice to have Watch Nicholas on. Was that the first time?
Yeah, first time on this channel for sure. And, I have met Watch Nicholas for the first time on the 24/7 live stream. So it's not the first time ever that he appears on someone else's show, but it's been the first time in a long while, and I feel honored. So very.
What's the 24/7 live stream? Is that the literal name, or you just nudge, wink, wink to the channel that existed?
Marcella time, that's
Okay.
what it was. I just don't want to talk about the guy.
No, I understand. I just want to make sure I'm not being. Yeah, it's Watch Nicholas, a really interesting guy. Certainly maligned a lot by everyone, unfortunately. Really silly. I think his sort of comedic entertainment style very necessary for the content he has produced, has also been misunderstood.
Yeah,
It's really
I mean,
simple. It's just misunderstood.
look, people just don't. When people don't have a certain rectitude about them, they just don't have ways of perceiving how people move and behave. So in this space, the general way that people judge someone else is by the number of their subscribers. So you can basically get away with murder if you have 50,000 plus subscribers on YouTube, especially in considering how small the watch YouTube space is. And if you have less than 5,000 subscribers, you are just trash, and people can talk all sorts of nonsense about you, malign your character, attack you in all sorts of racist and bigoted, homophobic, and all sorts of ways, and there's just no end to it. And there's no rhyme or reason to it either. It's just because you are the little guy, and people like. Speaking of e-begging, right? I think that's actually an interesting expression of the psyche of these kinds of people, because they are the kinds of people who hate others just because they have fallen, just because they're desperate, just because they might actually be at their wits' end, that they might be panhandling on the street, right? So that's the kind of guy who goes on and beats the homeless guy, right? There was a whole epidemic basically of this kind of violence inflicted on homeless people. So it's that mentality translated into the internet. Let's kick the little guy because it's an easy target. So there's no rhyme or reason to it that's more profound than that.
I think it's mostly just that YouTube is a weird platform, like what its history is. Like I'm not saying what you're wrong. I'm just it comes from predominantly YouTube being for amateurs, right? Like the U in YouTuber is, the whole PewDiePie versus T, whatever it is, TV, that India multinational, where there's sort of like an original idea with YouTube being this sort of altruistic, purely amateur space. And then as soon as the money aspect comes in, which at this point now is like maybe like 5 years for YouTube, where the money stuff has been really frontline and center, that it's a confusing relationship where you have most YouTubers aiming to make money, which is fair and fine. It's just the platform didn't start like that, so it's still in its infancy, like how all this super chat and other types of monetization enter the actual entertainment and the product. So it's a complicated sphere, and I can understand the person who just doesn't want to hear about.
Not look. I mean, Aussie. You are saying the platform didn't start like that. I agree. The platform started just to make money and just to get us monetized without us getting any part of it. And in time, it has become, I'm not going to say more just, but it's become more open in returning some of that revenue that is generated by creators to creators, because otherwise it's the so-called alphabet organization who makes money off us, with us just contributing.
Yeah. Well, let me put it from like a technical perspective. Like a few years ago with the adpocalypse and different outrages on YouTube, I've been pretty upset with YouTube on many occasions about how they've treated certain creators and what they're doing with the platform. And I put together a prototype of YouTube on my own. Now that isn't hard. A prototype is one thing, actual production, real website serving millions of people, millions of videos, that's another. But it was just to see what it would take, what could I build off the shelf to actually put it together. And the reality is that video is really, really, really expensive. So I'll put it this way: for about a 5-minute video, to recompress that. So you've gone through video production before, and you have to compress the video, right? Before you upload, you create that file, and you'll do that whatever settings, but it takes time, and it's an annoying part of the pipeline of making a video. Takes some serious CPU power and grunt. And you've experienced that. So, getting real time. So a 5-minute video takes 5 minutes of your CPU. The reality is, once it gets into YouTube, they have to recompress that again. Even even the 1-for-1, like with 1080p 60, it has to still be re-rendered at 1080p 60 again. They have to go through a pass that does that. They need to do it at multiple bit rates, multiple resolutions to handle all the people who are dropping down. And so they're talking about, for a 5-minute video, doing like maybe 25, 30 minutes of CPU processing. And that's going to cost like 50 cents. And to actually get 50 cents on a video requires the video to be seen like maybe 10,000, 20,000 times if you also factor in the storage costs. Storage costs probably boost it to like $1. Every video online is $1, and most will never get that value.
Just to circle back to what was said. By the way, all those anti-Semitic trolls have always been there. They are targeting me. They have nothing to do with Watch Nicholas coming here. The fact that they got in a frenzy has nothing to. Don't try to blame Watch Nicholas for what is going on. And listen to this. Nick is genuine. He was the one that exposed the cartel and coined the word for the big gray marketeers. Now, all these other streams use the cartel word. And all these other live streams were first to say WN, Big Dub, Watch Nicholas was crazy, yet they use his terms now, right? These were the people who were literally abusing his family, spreading all these lies about his mental stability, spreading all these lies about his character, because they were aligning themselves with the gray market. Now the tide has turned, right? And all these people who are actually using your super chat money, your contributions to buy clout in the cartel, are using Watch Nicholas's terminology. And yeah, guys, listen, if you don't like it, if you're so disappointed, I have hardly seen you here anyways. Feel free to turn around and leave, and don't let the door hit your ass on the way out, okay? And if you do that quickly, you'll save your time. If not, I'll be happy to remove you from the platform, and it will be very easy. Yeah, because once again, this is my platform, and I will run it, I'll run it in any way I want, and someone who doesn't even know how to spell is not going to dictate the terms. So feel free to just leave. Please continue, Ozzy.
Yeah, so I think the minimum cost for a 5-minute video is somewhere, so at 0 views, the minimum cost is around about $1 worth of CPU and storage. And then once people actually start watching the video, that's a huge amount of money too. The bandwidth costs more than the storage. So break even is probably 10,000 views or more. And the reality is most videos don't get that. You know, most videos don't get that. So it's understandable why YouTube are trying to push the extremely professional output, because only the extremely professional output that has this dynamic of render once and then, 100,000 views plus.
Just one last response to this jackass. I know they're anti-Semitic because they use anti-Semitic terms and insults repeatedly in their names, in their terminology, which you seem to know so much about, in the acts they describe and try to instigate, in the directed hatred against Jews they have. Anti-Semitism is a term that is invented by human beings for what human beings do to other human beings on the pure basis of their ancestry and their creed. So I don't need to be God to know what anti-Semitism is, because anti-Semitism is a human ideology invented and propagated by human beings to exterminate other human beings. And I know when I see it, I know how to recognize it. All right, we're back.
So I had a watch question.
Yes, please.
What's the best value Navi timer on the market? And the value is sort of like dollar to iconic ratio.
Okay, it depends, I guess, why you would be into Navi timers, because there are so many different ways of kind of coming into it, right? Because it is connected with the history of space exploration. So the 24-hour dial Navi timer they have, which was the first Swiss watch in space, and which they just reissued recently in that cosmonaut edition, limited edition. that's one option. We can go through them visually as well, just to list it quickly. If you're interested in the aviation history of it in general, there are a bunch of different versions you can get that are in the current production line, but that are also there's also at least one reissue of the reference 806. That's very popular. I think it's sold out in the boutiques as new, but still can be gotten.
What I mean is like including secondhand stuff. Like
that's what I was gonna say.
Okay.
The third one, especially if you are connected to kind of the racing heritage of it, like, you know, the fact that all these cool Lotus drivers, for example, Team Lotus drivers used it. The 806 as a historic reference from the 60s and 70s, it would take some searching, but there are some very good examples with especially the Venus movement and not Valjoux. The Valjoux one has an incredible premium. There can still be some good deals. Like compared to historic Daytonas and historic Speedmasters, Navi timers offer a great deal. Should we start with looking at the vintage ones and then move to present, or the other way around? Which way do you want to go?
We can talk a little bit. Like, I mean, my first encounters with Navitimers were in the sort of early 2000s to mid 2000s. Like they were very, very, very popular. Like you'd see them on actors all the time. It was just a time where the big watch was like really, really popular, and Breitling really filled that space. Now, is that's my impression, but is that actually a golden era for Breitling, or is it just a poor observation?
Golden era in which way? In terms of sales, in terms of production,
because sort of sales and cultural prominence.
I think so. Yes, I mean, like John Travolta, for example, Jerry Seinfeld. You know, and we're not talking about the legends, but around that time
Seinfeld was always wearing a Breitling. I noticed that.
Yeah, and so they have, for example, did this reissue a few years back. Apparently, the steel version is sold out in boutiques, but you can still find it in the secondary market. It's quite beautiful. It has that iconic beaded bezel, which is the early design. They revived that AOPA logo. They sometimes call it the open book. I think AOPA stands for American, American Organization of Professional Aviators, if I'm not mistaken. They did a plexiglass, so it's like kind of like the Hasselite. So it kind of leans heavily on that vintage aesthetic. And it has the B09, if I'm not mistaken, the name of the caliber, the in-house, the in-house hand-wound chronograph caliber. So the reason I highlighted this first, even though you said like, you know, that big watch, big chronograph era, was that a golden era? For sure. But in the recent years, especially since this last CEO with Georges Kahn, they really started, just want to repeat this, please, you know, because said, are you God to know these people are anti-Semitic? Send Lord to the gas chambers, slow, painful death. I have to think to make out this as an anti-Semitic statement. This needs proof. This needs explanation. So when it comes to the recent era, they started really going back to the roots, so to speak, reviving a lot of 50s models in these reeditions that preserve some of the aesthetic, but also are not afraid to innovate and play around with certain things a little bit, like, you know, using their new in-house calibers. And I appreciate it. I like these models. They also have a beautiful AVI/Copilot chronograph that they did in this way. That's also a beautiful reedition in 41. That's reference 756, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, that's the part of Breitling I like. These more classically sized 40, 41, usually more 41 than 40, but they sit quite well on the wrist. I was actually trying on some of them today, earlier, and I like them. I love the Navi timer in these dimensions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So listen, the people have even made from that era kind of a wordplay, because they're so bright and shiny. So Breitling or Breitling, whatever you want to say. But it's a brand that has a very strong heritage connected to aviation, connected to space exploration, connected to racing.
Mm-hmm.
So the chronographs are very iconic, but the divers are usually underrated. I think the Super Ocean is a classic, the heritage model specifically. Yeah, the other one that I really like, let me just show you that too. It's their pilot's chronograph, very much the same design / specifications as the Type 20, more or less. That French aviation Navy contract. And this was at the 1953 reedition. This is a 41 millimeter case size with the 12-hour rotating bezel. Same movement as the Navi timer that I just showed. And again, same price range, somewhere in mid 8s.
Is there like a Navitimer that's the parallel to Alan's Seamaster? That in many ways you would argue that it was the best one they ever made, but is also a bargain.
I would say the 806 in the secondary market. Look, let me just pull up some stuff from Chrono 24. 806. Let's write, in fact, Navi timer 806. And look, I mean, again, I'm sure someone will say from the audience, or maybe you will, vintage watches are a minefield. They sure are. So take your time and learn to navigate it.
Mm-hmm.
And if you find yourself on the hither side, it's there's a lot of great stuff. Like this watch, for example, it's sub 5K. It just looks beautiful. That boxed 10 there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look, another logo. So it looks like two flying Spitfires or something.
Yeah, it's twin planes, they call it sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And I like this logo a little better. And I like this bezel, also the coin edge bezel, rather than the beaded in the reedition. I find this a little more edgy, a little more sporty. And this just like, look at this case this is probably a 70s watch. It looks razor sharp.
Really? Wow.
And look like, I mean, this just looks lovely from the profile.
Why does it as I said, I'm asking because I don't know. Why does it have a coin edge at all, or any kind of grippiness?
In this case,
Mm.
um,
Is it just aesthetic?
I think so. I don't think Navi timers have rotating bezels, do they? Please, someone educate me and save me from my ignorance. But I don't think these bezels are actually meant to be moved. I think it is aesthetic. And of course, guys, I mean, look, someone will probably say, hey, the tritium seems to have corroded. Yes, this is not the perfect example, but I guess if it were perfect, it wouldn't be sub 5,000. But it is what it is. It's a good deal. I'm sure you can find some still in that price range. It's a little less corroded, I was going to say. This is corroded in other ways. Let's see. This is similar. This one seems okay. Like, I mean, it's not the most attractive aging of the loom, but at least it hasn't corroded other parts of the dial. But yeah, I'm sure like around $5,000, you can probably find a nice clean example that would do you well.
And what about something in the sort of like the thousands era, as in what would that look like? It looks like these ones here we're stepping quite far back, genuine vintage.
Let's see. Then let's do Breitling Navi timer. Zinn makes a Navi timer. Yes, that is a very good budget option for sure. Alan mentions it, but since we are exploring Breitling, let's stick to it for a little bit. We can look at Zinn's. Let's look at that 2000 to 2009, right? And let's start.
Wow, it's like I saw a couple there for like 3,000.
Yeah, like this one. Let's see. I mean, this was the heritage version at some point.
I like that white. I guess that's a proper panda dial, I guess.
I think maybe the Breitling anchor, the date, etc. There are a few things probably that irritated vintage enthusiasts and kind of pushed it down, perhaps. I wonder what kind of movement it has. That might be something that keeps it back. Yeah, it's a modified ETA movement, which again, it's not a bad thing automatically, but we're just trying to assess why it might be valued at that level. And it's a 43 millimeter case, so it's a little larger than
but
classic
would
size.
edda movements for that time period be very normal?
Yeah, I think so. I think by and large.
Or was it they're like you bought the cheap version at the time? It was the compromised version at retail, then you could have got the better one.
I wonder if they had at the time an in-house a Navi timer with an in-house movement in 2000. That's something I would need to look into. I don't know. Let's see, Breitling Navi timer in-house movement. Let's see. There's kind of a long article. Yeah, I mean, I think by and large they used to use a lot more ETA movements.
Which is fine for servicing. I mean, if you want a Navi timer, but you're not literally a Breitling aficionado, cheap servicing costs appeals to me.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's not necessarily a problem, but why not? I mean, why not get a Navi timer with the proper aesthetic and a manual, hand wound movement? I mean, I don't know. I guess again, that's the thing that will come up, right? That it's a vintage watch, and it's a minefield. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think I would rather than going for early 2000s, I'd probably go with something 60s or 70s, and try to find the best example I can. And I'm sure you can still get something around 5-6K, and have something with real provenance and heritage, rather than just a generic Navi timer that is that doesn't represent it aesthetically in the best shape, and that just yeah. SP, the channel is not monetized yet, and there are 3 ways you can contribute if you want to direct your super chat to there. I have my Patreon.
Do you want Bitcoin, Lord?
I don't have an account. I don't think that I can take it. You can do it on Patreon. You can do it on Cash App. You can see it in that ticker, which is $LHVVV, $LHVVV. And you can also consider a PayPal contribution, which is at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. Thank you. Yeah, again, I think, the whole, I mean, we can start the discussion now, but I think we can even have a whole dedicated stream about ETA movements and their place in the world of luxury watches, right? Because you can make arguments from both ways. I was just talking when I was in the Breitling boutique.
Yeah.
I was just talking to the sales associate there, and he was really enthusiastic about the new Super Ocean 42 series. And it's his job, of course, but he was a watch enthusiast, right? We talked about a lot of other watches, so I know his heart is in the right place. And he was telling me, for example, that the reason they went with B17, which is their ETA modified movement, rather than the B20, which is what they use. Hi, Junior. And which is what they use in Super Ocean Heritage 2, and which is what they share with the Tudor Pelagos, right? And he told me, and this is very reasonable, that they wanted to keep the entire line under 5,000, right? Fair enough, right? So if you want to offer watches at a certain price point, and that forces you to use ETA movements, admit that transparently, tell people what that movement is, and like you said, they're actually pluses when it comes to using an ETA movement, like the fact that you can take it to any decent watchmaker, and they should be able to service it, so you don't have to think about all those service costs over the lifetime of ownership, sending the watch back to the Grand Maison where, it takes like half a year to get back and you have to pay thousands and thousands of dollars, right? So
Exactly.
it's a great thing when it's like that, when it's a cost-cutting measure, both for the brand and for the customer, and we are
Yes.
being transparent. We are being
Well,
transparent. We are telling the customer.
And my understanding, it's not a crap movement, right?
No, not at all.
So it's not a crap movement.
Not at all.
And that's the main thing. They're not selling you something substandard. It's just, it's a different story.
Yeah.
Right?
So
It's a
like,
different story.
not at all. It doesn't mean it's a crap movement, and it's something to be appreciated, but we need to be transparent, right? The brand should tell us, and we need to be informed of what we are getting. And at the end of the day, it means what it means. If you are telling me that it is a cost-cutting measure to use an ETA movement, and that we save our in-house / manufacturer movements for higher ticket items, so you're admitting that there's a little more care, a little more attention. There's something that an in-house movement takes, right? So in that case, let's not play any games. Be transparent, right? Like that sales associate was doing to me face to face, but do that at a corporate level. Let the customer know what they are getting, and let them make the decision.
Yeah, unlike Panerai, right? Panerai have effectively been exposed for using ETA movement. It's not that using an ETA movement is a bad thing. It's not like if someone accused them of being assembled in China or something. It's that they're just not honest about the product.
Yeah, and look, I mean, Breitling isn't either. It takes just one click, just one Google search, because you have places like Watchbase and other sites that give you all the information about calibers. But Breitling says, for example, it's Breitling 17. They don't tell you that it's just an ETA base that
Interesting. Okay.
they modified in their own way and put a Breitling rotor. So they're not exactly transparent, even though they're also not hiding, right?
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if that's... Well, I think the same thing happens on the Hamilton. They call it like an H11 or something for the movement on the field. And it's, I don't expect that any Hamilton actually has an in-house movement.
Yeah. By the way, I just want to read Curly Q's comment. Hey, Lord, just went back to catch the Watch Nicholas part. That was very cool. You guys make a great odd couple. Yeah, look, I mean, it was lovely having him in the chat. On the panel, I'm sorry. He's always in the chat almost whenever he has time. So it was nice to finally be, on the same panel, just talking watches. It was a lot of fun, and I hope we'll get to do it again. But if it were a one-off, I think that was a great experience. You have some real sicko scumbag in your chat. Thanks for recognizing. Racing R, hey, welcome to the channel. We talked a lot of Breitling, and I needed some of your help, Racing R. Tell me.
Sorry for putting you on the spot, Lord.
No, it's okay. The Racing R, tell me if Breitling in the 2000s, like, say from 2000 to 2010, 2015, did they have any in-house movements in Navi timers, and was that at any half accessible price point? Please tell me that while I try to address your question. Comparing the 321 movement to Valjoux, how much would have changed for Omega if NASA chose 72? Hey, so 321 having been built on a Lemania CH27 base, compared to Valjoux, which is the company, of course, that B01 was the was
But
the
from
movement.
like 2000 to 2008, it was all ETA.
I guess launched in 2009 for Chronomat and Navi timers. So until 2009, basically it was, I guess before that it was ETA Racing R. You can confirm that. But yes, so Valjoux is the company that we know now as ETA. So Valjoux 72 has its own heritage, of course. A lot of that family of movements were used in Navi timers up until a certain period. They were used in a lot of Type 20 watches by various manufacturers. A lot of that family of movements of Valjoux 72 and similar. Omega, look, with all, Omega entered 70s with a bang. You know, they had won the horological space race, and before the quartz crisis hit, they were basically edging Rolex, right? They had become, at the very least, the sports watch choice of the cognoscenti, right? You know, if you know better, you would get Omega. If you have more money than sense, like some of us, you would get Rolex, right? Then quartz crisis hit Omega pretty bad, and they barely survived. And then James Bond came and saved Omega in the 90s, and all is good, and Swatch took over. And let's not forget, the whole James Bond story includes also our horological James Bond, who is Jean-Claude Biver, who had a lot to do with rescuing Omega, along with some other brands that later found themselves in the Swatch group, like Blancpain. Anyway, so I think if Omega wasn't chosen by NASA, we might not have Omega right now. I made a little video about Omega's brand identity pretty early on in the existence of this channel, so I will share that link, and maybe Racing R, you might enjoy my take there.
Wait, what's Racing R's reference here to the NASA choosing the 72? I'm not.
No, NASA. If he's saying what would have happened if NASA chose 72. NASA chose Speedmaster, so 3-1.
Yeah, but is he referring to an actual watch? I thought Valjoux, like 72. I don't know. I thought that's a movement.
It is. So let's take a look at which watches were competing.
Because there weren't many. I know they got the Rolex Cosmograph. They had a Speedmaster, and I think there was only 3 or 4. One was a pocket watch, so it was immediately removed. So ultimately, I think only 3 watch went through the trials. Maybe it's this 72. I don't know that actually went it.
No, like you said, Valjoux 72 is just a movement. Which watch it was, I'm trying to figure out. I think Navi Timer itself was in competition, at least at a certain point in time.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably it, because Navi Timer in early 60s had Valjoux 72, which later became Venus. What is it, 138? I want to say that's the movement that it went for. So
That makes sense to me.
Let's see. Yes, so brands under official consideration included Breitling, Rolex, and Omega. Hamilton submitted a pocket watch, immediately disqualified, leaving Rolex, Longines, Wittnauer, and Omega. So basically, Breitling, having been chosen previously by astronauts themselves, as in the story of that 24-hour dial Navi timer that was, burnt on landing, on crossing the atmosphere back onto Earth.
I'm reading a different article here saying that the three watches that we're saying Hamilton was excluded. So it was the Longines Wittenauer and the Rolex Cosmograph, but the 72 was in both the Longines and the Rolex. So really, there were only two movements going head to head: that 321 and the Valjoux 72, which could have been either the Cosmograph or the Longines that were competing. My understanding is like the other two watches failed the very first test. So like there was a trial, but the other two already failed.
Yeah,
so it wasn't even.
Yeah, see, Racing R says, yeah, you're right. So it's Valjoux was in Longines, Valjoux was in Daytona, and Valjoux was in Navitimer, which probably perhaps never even made it to the tests. Like you said, maybe it was considered in the beginning, but not tested. Paulwy says, Omega definitely would still be here today. I doubt it would have stopped them. Paulwy, the only reason I said that is because they came so close with all those contracts and mythology and charm. They came so close to going bankrupt a couple of times. So that's all I meant by that. I would not want Omega to be lost to history either. So that's my little okay.
Yeah, just to bring the ETA talk around, I actually think the ETA-based Pelagos is the better buy, and
Really?
not because of the text. Well, it's got a movement that will be easier to service. It results in the same specs as best as I know, and it's a little cheaper, and it's a little thinner. I don't I don't have an issue with the thickness of the Pelagos, but on the whole, you're getting a discount, and I don't see it as a lesser watch. So yeah, I think it's perhaps it's not underrated. I mean, it should cost a little less, but yeah, it's a good option. If I was buying a Pelagos Grey, I'd definitely go for the 2-line ETA. Like I definitely would, because the in-house, it doesn't really do anything for me. And I think you've heard the speculation. I'll just leave it at speculation, but so many people have sort of confirmed it. Maybe it's just whispers.
What is it?
Well, when you go to Tudor for service, you never actually get your movement back.
They just change it.
Yeah, they just pop a refurb one and they put it back in their pipeline to it'll get fixed and refurb, but you just get a refurbed movement anyway. So the attachment to the movement is not something you should get too hung up on. But Tudor don't charge you much for it. I think the Pelagos, when they went in-house, only went up by $100 or $200 or something like that, which is amazing, really, considering.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that I do appreciate about how they have been navigating that in-house movement space, Tudor, is that they're trying to collaborate. They're trying to go into joint ventures. Kenissi itself is a joint venture. That's kind of how they manufacture their calibers. I think Chanel owns like stake in Kenissi, as well as they own a stake in FP Jaune, which is something when I first learned blew my mind. But anyways, it is what it is.
Yeah, I think the Kenissi thing is interesting. It does seem to be more driven by Tudor than anything else. The fact that Breitling offer a chrono movement into that pool may be more of a partnership deal than really them driving it. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, okay, we get some chronos. You don't have to pay for the in-house movements as much. So, it's just a good collaboration. But yeah, there are brands. The other brand that is using the Kenissi movements is this brand that my friend was being pushed hard to buy
What is it?
Norcane, and it's some
Oh, okay.
brand that was like co-founded by some NHL player. I don't know. Oh, my son's
Racing.
taking care of his sunglasses. He's
Nice.
got a wet one there. He's actually trying to clean. Good job, Junior. Yeah, actually taking care of his accoutrement.
By the way, I was wondering about this. Of course, you don't want to dox the poor kid, but do you actually call him Junior, or is it just our shtick now? Since
No. I always call him Junior.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I love that.
my wife
I
and
love
I, ever since we got married, we always dreamed of having a family, and we always daydreamed about scenarios in which we would have our kid, and in such daydreams, we always called our kid Junior.
Amazing. Hey, Junior. Hey, man. How are you doing today?
Says, how you
Are
doing,
all
Junior?
right? Hey, man.
Only I can hear it.
Yeah. Show us your sunglasses. Show us your shades.
Show the sunglasses, Junior. How you clean them. You want to show them? Yeah, just like Daddy, sort of fake Oakleys. I got real Oakleys, but I was a little worried about these at first. But, you don't want to damage your kid's eyes, but I devised a way to test whether or not UV light was actually being blocked.
So Racing R reminds us that the first Swiss watch in space was on Scott Carpenter's wrist, that Navi timer Cosmonaut that they recently shared in a reissue. It's like a 24-hour dial. This is something that he got himself from the retailer before the mission, apparently, with a customized 24-hour dial and some other specs. Yeah, it's like the May 24th, 1962, the Mercury Atlas 7 mission. Personal request, a variation on the iconic Navi timer with the addition of a 24-hour dial to distinguish day from night in the darkness of space. Very romantic, and I'm the kind of fool who falls for this kind of story immediately. Yeah, this is a cool limited edition, a little salty in terms of the price point, but if you're really passionate about it, there are a few interesting things like the 24-hour dial, like the platinum bezel, and the beautiful exhibition case back as well, where it's not the most finely decorated and a hand finished movement, certainly not. It's machine work all over, but still a good looking one, kind of like the Omega coaxial sort of look, if you were to compare it to a familiar aesthetic in this kind of chronograph. And then there are big fans of the kitchen, as always. What's the pen you wanted to share? Did I miss it
so
from earlier?
Palway has asked a question. If you want to highlight his question first, perhaps.
Of course. Wait a second. Let me see if I can.
And on Loose Tooth's comment, is he into watches? Yeah, Junior actually does like wearing a calculator watch. He likes it, the buttons. So Palway, I'm not super into like trying to find luxury pens. To me, they have to be functional. When I was in sales back in the finance world, I did want a pen because I was a sales guy. I had to, do the whole sign on the line that is dotted type thing, and I wanted a nice pen to be able to do all those deals. And for that, I just had a Parker Jotter, and those are relatively affordable. but they make for very poor watches to carry on your person all the time. I think they're not. The clip itself is not good for like putting on your pocket or something like that, and I wouldn't try put it in anything expensive like a suit, to be honest. The clicky just deploys far too easily. Ultimately, I always put it in my leather document folder or something like that. After a lot of iterations, the two pens that I love the most for carrying on my person is this one. I don't know anything about the brand, but the quality of the piece is really, really very, very nice. And the bolt action is very, 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 very nice. It's a little heavy. That's its only real downside. If you can do some serious writing with it, it's not the best, but certainly signing something or filling out a form, it's fine. But most importantly, with bolt action, it doesn't accidentally deploy while in your pocket. And the clip is very solid. They do have a titanium version, which will lighten up the weight.
Look, I've said this before, and I will share it unabashedly again. I actually, as someone who actually likes putting pen to paper and write that way, usually I just go to the fanciest area of the city I'm in, walk confidently into a hotel, approach the lobby, and ask for pen and paper, and that's what I use. They have great stationery usually and decent ballpoint pens. For years, and I still get the refills once every so often. I have just the standard stainless steel cross pans, which are more in this price range and maybe a little up than the Mont Blanc kind of range. I think Mont Blanc and other prestige brands are maybe worth it if you're into a fountain pen and if you actually like long handwriting in that way. I think that's a joy. That's another area of collecting. But for a ballpoint pen, there's no reason to pay more than, say, $75 to $100. Get something where you can get easy and cheap refills on, and you spend 50 to 75 at most, let's put it that way, and I think you can get great value. And otherwise, again, unabashedly, just if you're without a pen and you're in a decent area, walk into the hotel, pretend that you're a guest, and ask for pen and paper. That's it.
Yeah. And having the right ink is really good too, and anything that takes a Parker refill is really the best. There's just so many options. Could you pull up the Jotter for a second? As I said, I did carry the Jotter for many years when the pen was really a tool for my work. Let's find North Steel. I think the one on the right there, the far right, $13. Yeah, this'll do. Yeah. Parker Jotter. It takes refills. It's not really beautiful feel. It's really the perfect watch. And I wanted to bring this up. As I said, I don't really recommend this if you actually carry a pen all the time. There's something to go into your document folder or something like that. But could you pull up the Fisher Space Pen?
Sure. I remember this being apparently there's also a Tiffany color one.
Oh, right. There's a couple options, but black and steel are just fine.
This one?
Yep. And so this, when it deploys, is there a picture with it? Yeah, with the cap. So it comes with a cap, so it won't accidentally deploy in your pocket. And when it's got the cap on, it's only about 3 inches. And then when you put the cap on the rear for writing, it really bears a very, very similar profile and writing feel to a Parker Jotter. So this is actually a really, really nice pen. It's like if you like the Parker Jotter, but you want something that you can actually use, carry on your person without it leaking everywhere all the time. This is really nice. The only upside/downside is you're going to need to wear a Speedmaster whenever you're carrying this around.
Yeah,
but
and
but
not the moon swatch either. Just kidding. So just because Racing R brought us this information, I want to read that. Watch Cholo, by the way, our original meatball. Two-liner Pelagos is boss, and Ellen says same thing happened to my buddies 925 BB 58. Racing R says Breitling in-house movement B01, which was in aggregated in 2009, was created when Schneider family, previous owners, had to bet everything on the in-house movement, pardon me, to finally move away from ETA, but it cost too much, took too long to build. It started in 2005. The movement in today's Chronomat is practically the same of 2009, a dream come true for the Schneiders, but almost cost the brand.
Can I just respond to that? Racing R, in light of all of that, that's a really cool story. It's sort of like the Ben-Hur for MGM that had to bet the whole thing on this one awesome thing. Does that retrospectively make all the non-B01s kind of garbage? So just a question.
Because one reason, Ozzy, that his answer is important, he is someone who is very passionate about Breitlings. He's a Breitling collector, and this is a passion he inherited from his father as well. So it means a lot to him. So whatever he says, you have to take it very seriously.
Yeah, 2009 or else. We'll see. On the other downside, apart from having to have a Speedmaster to use the Fisher Space Pen, and they don't say that in the requirements of the pen, unfortunately, is that the ink is very specialized. Of course, the refills are actually pressurized ink, so that it can write upside down in and in 0G as you do. So the refills are a little bit more expensive. The writing feel of the refill in the Fisher Space Pen is obviously not going to be as nice as all of the options that you have for Parker. And for Parker, yeah, I do like the feel of gel, but man, it's so imprecise gel ink. I don't know. So yeah, that's the pens. Jotter is the king in my book. Fisher Space Pen is the jotter you can carry around, but it doesn't use Parker refills. And then that I didn't even know, Bastion, I think that's just a solid pen. I have no idea what the brand is like or whatever, but man, is it a solid pen.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's no reason to spend too much money on these things, but if you look at it from a utilitarian perspective, I think Ozzy already gave you very good very good options there. I like Cross for ballpoint. They're a little more expensive, but I always like their styling, honestly, and it's a little bit more old school and less futuristic than both Bastion and the Fisher. It's more similar to Parker in terms of its styling, but a little bit of a premium because if I'm not mistaken, they still make those pens in Rhode Island, somewhere in the northeast US. So if you care about those things, that might be a reason to choose Cross. Otherwise, be my guest.
I got my pens.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Pen talk. This is where people come for pen talk.
Well, yeah. Well, I think like Archie is like exclusively into luxury pens, right? I'm not. Right. I try to carry these around. I don't know if Archie tries to carry his pens around.
Yep, Bezos confirms that Cross is still made in Rhode Island, and that's as good of a reason as buying it. Happy 4th, guys. Buy American.
So this has been with me most of my career, but really the part of my career where I actually genuinely use it was only a few years. But yeah, I was carrying this around Hong Kong and Singapore, just seeing clients. It's slightly fancier with the gold here, but yeah, you cannot go wrong with these Parker Jotters. This one is a gel ink one. It's beautiful, ultimately, and doesn't cost much, so there's really no excuse. I hope they're still made in England. I was living in England at the time when I bought this from the stationery store. So yeah, and as I was saying, so the Parker is really cool because when it's closed up, you can see how short that is. It's actually quite nice. You can throw it in your pocket, and there's really no chance of it deploying or taking up too much room. And then when you actually put the cap on, look at that. Very, very similar to a jotter. So even though you've got a small package in your pocket, you're really not compromising on the writing feel in your hand, apart from the ink not being, the actual pen ball point being as good as the best options you can get for the Parker. Another cheapy option that I did actually carry on for quite a while is the Zebra F701. This is not an expensive pen, but that's an actual stainless steel barrel. Very nice, but it, just like the Jotter, it does have this, and you can accidentally deploy it and poke a hole through the bottom of your pocket. But writing feel, it's pretty good. I like this sort of like X-Acto knife sort of stippling on the business end of it. It does not use Parker ink though, but this is a very inexpensive pen. The Zebra stuff is widely available. I do use Sharpies every now and then. There used to be a Sharpie in stainless steel, and I had one. But and it looked just like this, but it was stainless steel. So it had a cap and, did this. But the problem is the cap on mine, the actual, the clip on my Sharpie broke. And this is all that's available now. It's not steel anymore. It's just plastic. I really wish I still had a steel option, but they were discontinued many years ago. But this actually works. What can I say? I had to carry around some plastic pen. And then the Bastion, I've been using this for about over a year, and it's easily the best option out of these, as long as you don't mind the weight. You can't even see the seam line on it. Like at first I was like, how do I get a refill in here? This looks like it was built with it in. But sure enough, if you twist, it reveals itself. So yeah, it's really, really well machined. It's a beautiful product, even though I know nothing about the brand. And that clip is solid, so you're not going to break this thing. That's my pens.
Nice. Racing R is on vacation here stateside from abroad, so probably he was dropping by, and whether he heard your question about pre-2009 / no in-house movement Navi timers, and couldn't respond to it, so I'll ask him on Instagram and relay the information at least back to you, because you do seem genuinely interested. So Dirk Diggler says, I use crayons. I don't even think you can use those, to be honest. And Wat Cholo loves crayons. The Queen uses Parker 51 almost exclusively.
Lovely. I really do love that you can buy a pen of this quality, still made in the UK, for such a cheap price. It's cool.
Guys, we're almost at 3 hours. We had a very special guest today in Watch Nicholas. It was really an honor and a privilege, in fact, to welcome him because he doesn't usually turn up. So if you have enjoyed this content, if you learned something from it, since we did Watch Talk, please hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't. It may have been a one-off, so you never know. You never know when you will catch the two of us together. So feel free to go back and watch that part. In either case, guys, spread the word, share the link on other platforms. I really appreciate your support and presence, but I'm also trying to expand the platform, reach 1,000 subscribers so I can get monetized. But before that, if you want to support the channel, I have just established a Patreon. So if that is what you prefer, you can contribute to the channel on Patreon. You can contribute to the channel on PayPal at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. And I also have a Cash App, which is $LHVVV, $LHVVV. All that information is in the ticker and is included in the video description. So, support in any way you can. And I already appreciate the fact that you guys are here. But anything more, of course, allows me to contribute more to the channel, to devote more time to the channel so I can generate more content. And especially if you can help me out on Patreon, I can actually stream earlier in the day, at least twice a week, so I can be on at a time maybe that's a little more reasonable for people in the UK and on continental Europe. So thank you again for everything.
Got a few comments here.
Trolls are good.
No, Dirk's got at least one that I'd like to respond to.
Oh, hi, Professor. How are you?
Hello.
Yes.
Hi.
How are you?
Oh,
Can you hear us?
welcome.
Hey guys, how you doing? Can you see me?
We
No.
can't see you, but we can hear you pretty clearly.
Oh, you can't. Okay, I don't know what's wrong. I've always have technical issues. Okay, I don't know.
It's okay.
Anyway,
as long as, Professor, your PhD isn't in computer science, is it?
no, but
Okay.
I should know
No problem.
mathematics pretty well.
then no problem.
Yeah, this is not good. If you can send me the link, that'll be great, Lord.
Okay,
Then I
from
can
WhatsApp?
dial in again. Yeah,
WhatsApp?
yes, please. Yes.
Okay, I'm just seeing your message now. All right.
I have a question.
Of course, sir. Please.
I have a question. How many millions does Aussie expat have? That was the question I figured out yesterday. Archie was insistent upon this question. You must be a millionaire. You must be a millionaire. How many millions do you have? Aussie expat was the persistent question of Archie.
Yes, yeah, it was. He did ask me in private as well.
In private as well. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, my God. This is
I'm not that I'm not that cagey about that topic, actually. I think a lot of people are, depends on your background or culture. To me, it's just a number. I won't publicize it, but between private people, I'm okay with saying what it is. If they want to know, like, just ask.
Yeah.
Okay, I sent
Thank you,
the link.
Lord. Let me dial in
Yeah.
again. I apologize to both
No
of
worries.
you and the
No worries.
viewers. Thank you.
No worries. I will read a few comments here and there. Dirk says, this may be a dumb question, but do you ever fall asleep with your watch? I do, but I think this question came up in the Discord, right, Ozzy? And I said I never intentionally sleep with my watch.
Mm-hmm.
I
I intentionally sleep with my watch. I choose which one I'm going to sleep with.
Oh,
Rolex is fine.
saucy.
It depends. I'm sleeping a lot in my son's bed these days because I get better sleep there instead of the room with the newborn. So the only trouble with my son's bed is it's often got a lot of sand in it, which, depending on what he's done with the day and what clothes he's decided to, and whether or not he's jumped on his bed with his shoes. So if there's sand in it, then I try not to wear a piece that I would rather not have sand rubbing on it through the night.
That's nice. Oh man. All right. So yeah, I like, unless, I mean, the other situation is first times and one night stands. You don't want to take your watch off. Just keep it on. Unless you're making your way to an exit as soon as
you need the triple safety clasp for that. For that situation.
It is what it is, but yeah, Archie's Montegrappa pen, I never saw the appeal. Yeah, I think it's one of those collector things, GB Vol. If you're into it, you're into it full stop. If you're not, you just don't get the appeal. And I'm the same, right? I can appreciate certain things about those luxury pens, but I don't actually use them. And for me, that defeats the purpose of collecting. I was never the guy who collected stamps. I liked collecting things that I can actually use and integrate into my daily life. And that's why, for me, watches were some of the best, because I also collect like jerseys, football jerseys. And I mean, as in soccer, I guess, in the US. And that's also something that you can wear, to games and sometimes as part of, now it's a trend, with streetwear fashion, I guess. So we're allowed once again to wear, Metallica and Megadeth and Slayer shirts, as well as football jerseys. But anyway, so I like watches for that reason. And I don't write longhand with fountain pens, so I never got Montegrappa or Mont Blanc as a real collector. And Dirk Diegler says, those are some short shorts, Professor.
Yeah. Okay. It's just.
I guess you're the opposite of Larry David, where he will never be caught in shorts ever.
Yeah.
My son was doing that, actually. He refused to wear shorts. In 110-degree weather here in Las Vegas, he would refuse to wear shorts. He'd been going to school for months now. Sorry, his daycare for months now, and always insisting on the long trousers, these heavy trousers. And only last week, my wife was finally able to convince him that the shorts are okay.
That's a little man. That's a little man after my heart. I don't, look, no judgment-free zone. But when it comes to me, I don't wear shorts unless I'm on the shore, or by the pool, or maybe in a resort town setting or something. Yeah, I just
here in Vegas, it's resort casual. That's the requirement.
Right, it's true.
Like the fancy restaurants, like, please, resort casual.
Paul says, Dirk Diegler, I once fell asleep drunk, and when I woke up, my Apple Watch magnetic charger watch attached to my Batman. I was almost sick.
had a good evening. Had a good long night of inductive magnetism going through that.
Guys,
GMT.
by the way, before you judge Judge Professor, think about like our camera angles. For example, for all you know, I might not even be wearing shorts. You just don't see me from that angle. So,
Okay,
you know,
I'll wear some.
right?
Yeah, I'll put some.
It's all right, Professor.
I'll put my.
And Pauli says, in the UK, I'm wearing shorts in winter and my windows are open.
Yeah.
Nice.
Here's my pants. I'll put them like that. There we go.
Professor, thanks for letting us know that you actually have a pair of pants.
Yes, it's really early now, guys, here, and it's very sunny, and it's like a resort. The country I'm in the whole country is a resort, which is Greece.
Wow.
So it's like it's very sunny. It's very hot. It's like 100 and something here. It's a little bit windy. That's the good thing, but it's I just literally I woke up and I listened to the both of you, and I still haven't had coffee. And it is a country. It's a resort country, right? So what can I do? So if you will like me, I'll wear the pants. Yeah.
No worries. By the way, Dirk always also gets on my case because I have too many shirt buttons unbuttoned. So he's the morality police basically on these streams. So it happens. What Cholo says, love Hellas.
Yes. Souvlaki and baklava, and I think the Greeks and the Turks should just unite and just occupy the world with their baklava.
Except that I mean, baklava is I kind of like all kinds of it. You know, every country, even different regions, do it in a different way, using different nuts, like, you know, slightly varied ingredients, and it's always delicious. That's one of my favorite desserts.
I used to have expensive pens myself, but the only thing is that I used to lose them. So that's really the downside to having collectible pens or expensive pens.
Yeah, I used to lose a lot of things in my younger years, like before, like while I was still in university, I lost like 3 pairs of Ray-Bans, one after the other, all vintage. That really pissed me off. But I didn't buy another pair of sunglasses for another 15 years, to be honest, just out of knowledge that I'm just so bad of sunglasses. But
Hey, I appreciate that, Ozzy. I thought I was the only psycho who punished myself like that. When I was in college, I lost a pair of Ray-Bans, and then it took me another 5 years to get another pair because I thought, like, you know, I just couldn't be trusted with it.
Yeah. And I always thought that about pens too, until I bought this one, and I haven't lost a pen actually. So, well, actually, scratch it. I did lose a stainless steel Fisher pen in my minivan. It slipped down between the seat and the center console, the classic, the classic gap there. However, when I went to look for it, I couldn't find it. I have no idea. It's bewildering. I know it slipped down there, but I cannot find it. It's just gone. It's a black hole, that little area between the seat and your center console.
Dirk Diggler says, I like the Turkish coffee. That's also another can of worms. What do we call it? Do we call it Serbian coffee? Do we call it Greek coffee? Do we call it Arabic coffee? Do we call it what do we call it? That's the El Professor. You just said one should build a confederation to rule the world. So you have to tell us the terms. We have to come to an agreement over certain essential things. So what do we call our coffee?
Exactly. It's the same with the debate about hummus. Is it Palestinian or is it Israeli? You know, Greek coffee, Turkish coffee, baklava or shawarma or kebab. What is, souvlaki kebab? The differences are so small. I believe that within that Eastern Mediterranean, a lot of them shared everything, and
Right.
nobody knows who made what. But they, for national identity reasons, everybody claims certain uniqueness. At the end, I think all of us are Phoenicians in that part of the world, including myself, and we just copy each other,
Right.
A Greek looks very similar to a Turk. They just don't have the mustache. If you add the mustache, they're all the same. I know Greeks hate that when I say it, but okay, so what?
Hey, the Mediterranean has been. This will be so much cliche, but it has been the cradle of civilization for such a long time, and there has been so much exchange, so many transactions that, independent of your ethnicity, nationality, and creed, there's just so much that is shared and so much in common, that it's much better to focus on that than bicker about and go on with the narcissism of small differences, honestly. So I appreciate this particular take. Jamie Opulence, welcome to the channel. He was asking, has anyone ever lost a watch?
Absolutely not. But for me, I never take the watch off. So prior to having a watch collection, after watching Archie and discovering that I had a sickness deep inside of me, I would buy a watch and I would just always wear it. I would actually shower with the watch. I would sleep with the watch. It would just never come off my wrist at all, ever. It just never. That's how I've always worn my watches. So it's only been since I've gotten higher end watches that the risks have gone up, because I'm taking them off more and swapping watches and stuff like that. But it hasn't happened yet. Fingers crossed.
I was gonna say never, but I cannot find my Swatch Diver, which was like the real first watch of my childhood. Like every time I go to the old country to rummage, I go rummaging around the house and try to find it, and it's not there. So that's one watch I certainly lost, because I don't think it's stolen. I don't think I haven't done anything to it, but I can't find it.
And just please do come on, Jamie. I want to show you the razor that you inspired me to buy.
Yes, Senor Opulencia, please jump on the stream. Dirk Diggler says, my stepfather was Palestinian and he called the coffee Turkish coffee.
Yeah. Well, in Greece or Cyprus, if you go to Cyprus or the Greek part and you order, Turkish coffee, I think they'll just kill you with the juice of the coffee.
Hey, they have a good reason. That's one of the last colonies remaining in the modern world, the northern part, that's still occupied by Turkey up to this day. So I think there's some basis to that sentiment. Wat Cholo says, hummus is nothing without tabbouleh and Lebanese bread. Amazing.
There you go. There you go. That's another recognition of the diversity in the region. Exactly.
And tabbouleh is probably the most underrated salad of all time.
Absolutely.
Who
And
could...
if we include the Persian culinary history, I think we're going to get completely mixed up.
So Jamie Opulence says Lebanese bread is king, And the lead said before that spammer needs a straitjacket ASAP. I think that spammer just needs some tender, loving care, and I actually know who he is. I might have to take care of it personally, and it's not gonna be pretty.
And I have my little friend here.
Oh no, we don't. I can use my bare hands. That's much
Okay.
more pleasurable.
Ozzy
Just
and I
to
have our little friends.
John, just to gesticulate. You know, I speak in a heated manner, so I will just use my hands to gesture certain things, and we can take care of it. Jamie Opulence, I really miss you on the AC3 stream. Why did that go sour? And the lead says, Paul, it takes balls to go on these streams. Constantly misplaced box and papers, what Cholo says. Has that been a problem for some of you guys who collect watches? Ozzy, you're muted.
How does it sound? It should be a little better than the trucker diesel noise
A
canceling
little bit.
headset.
We
I
like
think.
truckers. we love men, as you know.
If I didn't have a huge walk-in wardrobe like we have here in Vegas, like if I was back in Seattle, I could imagine how easily it would be to lose box and papers, because I'd have to stash them away somewhere, that was really out of the way, and all sorts of things. I have trouble finding them even here, even though they're all on the same shelf. Like which one goes with which? It's like they're not labeled on the outside of the box.
Mhm.
Hey, Ozzy, I have a question for you.
Yeah, far away.
I am sure people will ask you after you showed your collection yesterday, how did you get hold of the Daytona at retail?
You want the story?
Yeah, what?
Yeah.
Anything you like.
So I got all of my watches from 1AD in the space of about from the first watch to the Daytona was about 13 months, maybe 14, something like that. The first watch was my wife's Yachtmaster 37 in rose gold. First men's watch was the Submariner in black, followed by the Pelagos and Batman, then the Explorer, then I'm just trying to remember order. I bought my mum a Cartier tank, and I bought myself
Sorry,
the Speedmaster.
I lost you. I had a bad
Okay.
connection when you were saying the sub, the black sub.
Okay, the sub, and then I got a Pelagos and Batman. I then got
Pelagos and Batman. Okay.
Then I got, and that came like 2 weeks after the sub. That was really quick. At that point, I was really thinking of just stopping. I had the sub. That's all I really wanted.
Was the Yachtmaster the full gold version for your wife as the first?
Yeah.
Okay. So that was a lot of incentive for the AD to entice you to get more. Okay.
Absolutely.
Or to be kind to you, to be kind to you, because you got a very expensive watch.
Yeah. Like 2 years prior to that, I actually talked to my wife about Rolex and that sort of thing. And I said, realistically, the first watch would have to be a watch for you. And what do you like? And she has a good eye for things, and she went through the catalog, and she liked the gold Yachtmaster.
It's a beautiful watch.
It's a fine choice, very expensive, but it's a fine choice. So what I did was, because she wasn't that used to wearing a real watch, she'd wear like smart watches and things like that. And she had a nice swatch at one point, but it rusted. So I mocked up a Yachtmaster from a Seiko. So it was this gold Seiko diver that I put on black rubber, and she really had a good experience with the Seiko. And over those years, she really coveted the Rolex. And yeah, it was one evening and Friday, we were on the strip in Las Vegas, took a left turn into the AD, and they had the 40mm and the 37mm in the case, so she could try both on. And the in-person experience was far better than she ever imagined. She really loved that watch, and we bought it on the spot. It was really I didn't prepare that. We were just walking down the strip and, just having fun. And it was something that we would think about eventually. But I said, you know what, let's do it. And I just wanted my sub. I would have been happy with the sub, but I think the AD knows you got to deliver the second watch soon and turn them into a collector instead of just someone with one watch. So yeah, it was only 2 weeks before I got the Batman, and then for my birthday I got the Explorer. And in this time, we're building a relationship with that particular SA, and our relationship is very good. That may sound corny, but we get along, we have fun. We go out to events and lunches and stuff like that. And we're new here; we could use a friend, So we don't. It's something we wanted as well. Anyway, so I ended up buying a Cartier tank for my mum, who helped us take care of our kid while we're here. I bought a Speedmaster 3861. Ultimately, both with the hope of acquiring the next hard-to-get piece. And my SA said, I said at that time, between all of the pieces, like I've got a sub, I've got the Explorer, I've got a Batman. The only thing I don't really have now is, and we've got the Yachtmaster in the collection. There's not many watches left, right? I said, the only thing left is really a Daytona and maybe a Pepsi. I don't know. Like, I prefer the Batman, but I'm just saying that there aren't many watches left. And I simply said, she said, let's go for the Daytona. Actually the GMT would be harder because I already gave you one of those. So let's go for the Daytona. I can make that happen. And I was like, okay. And then it was another 6 months before I actually got the Daytona. But yeah, sure enough, I got the Daytona.
Very nice story. I like it.
Yeah, but it isn't really about spending history. It really is I'm very close. Like, honestly, my essays.
Does your friend have a friend? Does your friend...
What do you mean?
No, this comes from a movie.
It's like a dating kind of vibe.
Yeah, Mrs. Doubtfire. Does your
Right.
friend have a friend? That's.
Yeah. Honestly, my essay is our best friend here in Las Vegas. It was not ultimately our best friend, but we've only been here for a couple of years, so.
Yeah.
I had a question for you, actually. I'm trying to write a new video, and I've written the script. Where were you during the financial crisis, 2007, 2008?
Me or
I wasn't myself or
Professor? Yeah.
Physically, you mean?
Yeah. What industry were you in, and which part of the world?
Yes, I was. So I was in a bank. I was the chief economist.
Okay. In which city?
At that time I was in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Okay. So my observation at the time, and it's not unusual, but what I want to refigure out is how it relates to watches. And in 2007, sort of leading up to the big peak before the big bust, right? The trend in business suits was to wear shirts with a lot of color. Is that fair to say? Like, really nice cufflinks and shirts and ties with lots of color, basically. Like, the more color, the better. And then by 2009, the trend was white. That was it. You don't wear anything other than white. There was no room or appetite or tolerance for someone who is coming in looking like a clown, basically. Not anymore.
Yeah. So the trend, because I was working for HSBC.
Mm-hmm.
So our main point was the London office, not the Hong Kong office.
Canary Wharf.
Yes. Most of the people were very boring with their attire, their dress code. Usually, the colorful people were the hedge funds and the private equity people.
Oh, okay.
The typical banker, the Goldman, JP, Morgan, HSBC, Citibank, Citicorp, all these guys, they were just very boring white shirts, suits, black shoes, and so forth. The exciting ones are always the guys who don't wear the ties. We were wearing the ties. These guys are not wearing ties because it's a very different industry. Although it's finance, private equity and hedge funds are,
Right.
they kind of they tell you off, just to put it lightly, because they're managing a lot of money. Plus themselves, a lot of them have a lot of money, and when I mean a lot of money, they don't buy just Rolex. They buy very big
But
pieces.
Are you saying they always only wore white, or because I'm saying there was like a 2007 through the crisis to 2009, like it became white, not it started white.
Yeah, before that it was striped. So in London,
yes, I always had pinstripe. So my most garish one was literally a rainbow-colored pinstripe shirt.
Yeah, the striped shirts were in fashion. Typically, they would wear cufflinks. Always
Yes.
in the city, cufflinks are liked. Although now the trend is no belt, no cufflinks, and all of that.
I had Union Flag cufflinks, and I also had London Stock Exchange cufflinks. And one time, my Australian colleague came into work with French flag cufflinks. I started up at 8 a.m. with him in the morning. I'm like, "What the hell are you doing?" I was like, "What? They're nice. I got them when I was on holiday." And I said, "I don't know what you're doing, man." And then I go back to my desk. We were in different areas on different floors, but I had the corner office. But
which I mean, obviously we're in finance.
Yeah. Oh, I was in the stock exchange in Paternoster Square in London. Oh, I think we lost Professor.
Yeah, it happens. He's gonna come back.
Yeah,
I'm back. Sorry. Were you in the trading side or the sales side at that time?
Geez, I don't even know what you call it really. So I worked for the exchange for basically trade monitoring surveillance.
Okay, so you were at the LSE.
Yeah, at Paternoster Square.
Okay. Yeah. No, I was purely research, economics. And I had the benefit to do HSBC. Then I went to the French, so I even took a bigger position there, and at Callion. At that time, it was called Callion, a venture of subsidiary of Crédit Agricole. I used to call them the dairy bank, because Crédit Agricole used to be the one of the main. And then before HSBC, I was at Citibank, and then I did a stint at Goldman, and then I decided that I had enough with finance, and I did other stuff. I did asset management. I ran an asset management business, and then I went into, more recently, private equity, and then of course my academic stuff, which is hence the name, but not the claim.
Sure. So my hypothesis is like it went from very colorful during the boom era, then the bust period. It was like we just want white, very monochromatic ultimately. Was this reflected in watches back then? The only anecdote that I have to support that was that in 2010, which was still on the downslope really, and certainly the fashion was more austere. Austere was the word of the time, right? the Hulk came out, right, and they couldn't sell it. You know, a green watch,
Yeah.
like why? So it went at a deep discount. I'm just wondering, do you have any idea if that was reflected in the wider space? It wasn't just shirts, but it was also the luxury goods.
Yeah, it depends. You know, you need to. I think in the American market, a lot of people got hit in the industry. Um, but you have to remember which industry, because if it's trading, the trading floors were all destroyed, you know, were decimated. People lost their jobs, so they didn't care much about watches. In 2008, 9, and 10 was, you know, kind of messy as well, as you said. I
Yeah.
agree. I mean, the
Well, yeah, there was a
recovery,
second bottom kind of at 2011.
yeah,
I remember.
2011 was another hit, and then things started recovering in 12. So this is a nice hint to people who think that, you know, this is a hiccup, and, you know, watches are going to go back because it's an investment. You know, watches are going to recover from the 20% fall. Because remember, guys, you're just a former watch trader. You're not a current watch trader, former watch trader. So all this bullshit that people talk about. Um, no, I think the industry became austere, but then it started becoming again from 2013, 14, especially 14, very flamboyant. You know, because remember, these guys are not too many of them, but they make a lot of money. And when I mean a lot of money, I mean a lot of money. It's not, you know, $100,000. You know, they make multiples.
Yeah.
You know, you can have people who on the trading desk they can make 30-40 million dollars. So a Rolex is like a lollipop for them, right? They would buy the car. Yeah.
Quick question, GB Vol, to interrupt the finance bro talk. At least it's related. When will the market hit its bottom?
We don't know. It still has a way down. We're not yet bottom, guys. I think we're still discovering the bottom, and and I would urge people to look at this major headline, the job markets. Job market is very important in the US, and when that market becomes negative, people start losing jobs, and it softens up quite a bit. That's when the real story, the real music comes out, meaning that markets will take another turn for the worse and go down, just because, you know, corporates cannot sell, people are not buying. It's a whole demand supply thing. Supply will recover, will come back, but the demand is not going to come back. So, you know, back to the story of the watch world, you will have plenty of watches to buy in the next, you know, year,
I think so.
to 18 months, that ADs will be going after you. I know it's a myth.
Yeah.
Oh my God, what is this professor crazy guy telling
I
us?
think
But
the problem, the difficulty of answering that question is probably we don't know what the bottom is. We don't know how low it can go technically.
My little story and sort of reminiscing, it really relates to the kind of bottom that we're going to see, I think. And so what happened last time really wasn't just a sort of like, oh, prices went down, you know, or something like that. It wasn't just a number against the whole category. It was a case that the tastes changed, full stop. As in, as we get to the peak of a cycle, the desire for the most flamboyant watches escalated, right? So we're talking about towards the end with, you know, obviously the Hulk was one of the ones that started picking up steam. You go through the Pepsi, and then you go through the Stella Dials and Oyster Perpetuals, and then the Tiffany 5711. It's sort of like that sort of fever pitch. And Richard Miller's only flamboyant watches. And if we really go through the similar sort of austerity sort of ideas, all of the attention will flip back to sort of monochromatic watches that are no nonsense, you know, all business. You don't want to look like the clown that has money, basically. You know, you wear a Richard Mille. It's like, that's what you're putting out. You're here to have fun, but you also have money. It's like, there's no room for that on a down period. There's no
This
one
is very
has.
important what you're saying, Ozzy, because when I was in the buy industry, meaning that I used to buy products for one of the largest family-owned businesses in the world, and we used to buy products, meaning investment products. All these sales guys, and I'm generalizing, people who would sell these products, very senior people, by the way, would come with their suits, nice shoes, and expensive watches. And my storyline to them was, okay, I'll give you a fee. I'll pay you a fee for the product you're selling. And that fee will go into your watch, your next buy. Why should I trust you when you're wearing, a very expensive watch? And a lot of people wouldn't take that as a comment. One French guy actually left crying because I told him, your gold JJ is my fees. So you, my friend, are an expensive story. And I have to do this in the industry because you have to be very careful about other people's money. Managing other people's money is very difficult. So remember that when you wear an expensive watch and you see other people who you're trying to attract their attention for selling something, they're not going to take it very well. And there was a phase, remember, very wealthy people wouldn't want to be seen with gold watches and Rolexes. The Rolex mania became part of the last 3-4 years by the upper middle class of the world. Guys, the billionaires don't wear Rolexes. The very wealthy people don't wear expensive watches. I have dealt in my life with a lot of wealthy people. I'm not talking about $100 and $200 million people. This chicken feed. I tell you about billionaires. Billionaires don't wear Richard Miller's. The Richard Miller guy is the $200 million guy who wants to be a billionaire, the aspiring billionaire, right? The 300 million. I've seen a lot of them in Switzerland roaming around. But in reality, the billionaires, they don't give a shit about the Tiffany blue and the Tiffany black because they can go and buy the entire collection at the boutique in Geneva and even go and buy Patek Philippe himself.
I think what gets lost a lot of times when it comes to watches is, like a lot of luxury goods, they are more of an aspirational lifestyle product than anything else.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I think it's hard to, of course, El Professor, you have been out there and you have seen much more extensively and much longer than I did. But of course, there's not one kind of rich person. I mean, I have met a lot of rich people who have at least a Rolex or two and do wear expensive watches. I met other rich people who who couldn't care less and don't even wear a smartwatch. I saw other people who wear a swatch just to make a reverse statement. It's like a reverse snobbery. I don't care about all those fancy mechanical stuff. I would just wear something that ticks.
Well,
So
yeah, Bill Gates has
example.
a Casio Duro.
I'll give you an example. Tomorrow I'm meeting a very wealthy person, billionaire, and that person wears old, 31 millimeter wide dialed all steel Rolex. Bought it like 25 years ago. Recently, I met another, the founder and owner of Cisco. Here in Greece, where I am right now, he wanted to buy a piece of real estate. He was wearing old, not vintage, but it was aluminum bezel, old 40 millimeter Submariner, not vintage. It probably is 20-year-old watch, right? So wealthy people, you see, for them it's not the watch. The display of wealth is not the watch. It's actually the yacht, which is has to be of certain size and length, and if you can put 2 helicopters on top of it, that's great. Not one. And it's the jet. It's the private jet. You know, do you have a Gulfstream 5 or 6 or 7 or, you know, Bombardier or Dassault X? We're talking about different price tags. So for us, the mere, you know, playful middle class people or upper middle class, because Archie likes to say, you know, middle class but middle aged, and also in his case rather overweight. I was watching him yesterday. He really needs to control his diet.
Archie is a man with a lot of appetite. So I appreciate him the way he is. He's carrying that weight for the community.
My quick shower thought
I was disconnected.
on weight and overweight, and that is that weight appears to be more like an injury than a temporary condition. Now, it can be temporary, but the reality is that most people, they put on weight and it never actually comes off. So
yeah, it's a very important subject, Ozzy, because I wish
it was just about that as well. You know, that's the thing is, it has such severe health consequences in so many other ways. It's people sometimes focus on the aesthetic, and for good and bad, right? You know, I don't neglect the fact that for decades we obsessed about having a certain kind of lean physique, and there were certain very severe health consequences of that for certain groups of people who are very vulnerable. And now we have basically inverted it on its head, and now we are once again obsessing about it aesthetically and saying it's all fine, it's okay. Again, once again neglecting, you know, of course aesthetically everything can not only look okay, it can be very attractive too, depending on what your tastes are. But at the end of the day, there's a public health problem that needs to be addressed beyond aesthetic concerns and beyond commercial concerns of vicious capitalist companies trying to move a product by trying to appeal to the basest senses of people, just saying the way you look is okay. Of course it's okay because you're a human being, but let's talk about how that reflects on the quality of your life.
I think the individual has to be more conscious of the sugar intake that they have in all these products, in these crazy hidden products, where they have a lot of sugar and carbs and crazy stuff. We're eating a lot of garbage.
And let's just say it's not only limited to desserts. Sugar is everywhere.
Oh, it's in the yogurt. It's in the, you know, soft drinks. When they say no sugar, I mean, just the fact that it has this spike in fake sugar, it spikes your insulin, which means that it spikes then everything else, and you start eating, right? So
Jamie Opulence
really...
says, as you say this, I'm 23 minutes into my treadmill workout. Good work, man. Transformation underway. And Jake Brooks says, a nice watch among clients is common. I've made a lot of clients happy to save up to get a nice watch, and I enjoy it. It's, for me, it's not a deal breaker. He says, and Wat Cholo says, you don't have to answer this question. El Profesor, are you meeting with Niarchos or Vardinoyannis or Latsis?
Who is asking you this? My goodness, watch Holo.
Yeah,
I think he's just referencing what you hinted at.
Right?
So
yes. That's excellent. I have to praise this wonderful gentleman. I cannot say, of course, which of the three.
He's Wat Cholo. He used to be called Meatball and the Golden Majestic Space Ball before, but he's of Greek ancestry, so he knows when it comes
So
to
he
this.
knows very well. He knows very well. Okay, I'll reverse the question. If he knows a little bit about myself, excluding the shorts, right? So let's be decent now. But if he knows a little bit about me from the little he sees, he would guess correctly with whom I would meet from the three. He would guess on the basis of little bit background and more about my current position, and say who would be the kind of person professor would meet, and they would want to meet him and have a decent discussion rather than let's go and make another billion.
I think I know. Did I guess right? Look at the private chat. Professor.
Let me see. How? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're very correct. You're very correct. So yes, one of the sons actually used to wear a 5712.
See,
a 5712, but that's like
people.
10. That was 10 years ago.
What 10 years ago, 5712 was the ugliest of all ugly ducklings in the Patek lineup, basically.
Yes.
More power to him. Fries with mayo. I think he's back in Geneva next week. I think he must be still enjoying himself in Brussels. Abramovich wears a 100-pound piece. His former Chelsea players wore Pateks.
Yes, exactly. That's a very well said statement. So I think the industry, Aussie became, after 2013-14, became very flamboyant once again, because they went, and they started with the lunches and dinners and, the stories about the call girls and the cars and the vacations and all of that. And then, 2017-18 became crazy again. But I don't think they had the flamboyant shirts. Again, depending which department you're in, if you're in the trading floor, you do options and derivatives and all that. You don't really care what you wear. You're only caring about the deal. The shoes in the industry mattered a lot. So for the wealthy guys in finance, they always bought expensive shoes, For the poor guys like us, who were in kind of research, we would wear the Lokes, and we would buy shoes on sales. These guys would buy, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 pound shoes.
I wanted to sort of ask, my hypothesis is like during a boom period, the colorful stuff gets a higher premium than the monochromatic traditional stuff, and that's what where we're at right now, where anything with color is like the Hulk is worth double a black sub, right? Or a Pepsi is worth way more than a black. It's not. I know you got a black, but what I'm saying is like during an austere period, it actually flips. It doesn't mean the other stuff gains value, but this just comes way down. It goes underneath that. Nobody even wants the colorful stuff anymore.
Yeah, you don't want to, during a downturn, you don't want to be flamboyant and show your wealth. You don't want to go in a meeting room telling people, because, many of these sales guys will show up with Ferraris. And I would look at them and say, what the hell are you doing? I mean, am I paying you? Will my fee go into your, Ferrari, your next Ferrari? And he would sit there and say, hey, no, 2% you pay is to cover, our thinking. And I would say, no, it covers your driving, my friend. So, it's all about appearance. And the industry benefited a lot from the opulence and the heavy salaried and bonus based people. I mean, I think that the industry needs to be reformed, because actually, just to finish with this, it was never reformed after the financial crisis. Banks became bigger, Bonuses were
Yes.
were record high after the financial crisis, year after year. I mean, these guys are walking away with 20, 30, 50 million bonuses. You look at some of the senior partners of Goldman, the JP Morgan guys. I mean, hey, they're not curing cancer. They're just fixing. They're just middlemen between one side of the money side and the other side of the money pipeline, and they're just fixers. They're middlemen. They're not helping humanity. I mean, the financial crisis didn't help at all.
What Cholo says something important, Professor. He says, whoever you are meeting, tell them to subscribe and like this channel.
I actually did. The first interview that we did together, Lord, with Archie, and I was just sitting over there again here in Athens. I did share it, and I think that person thought I'm completely crazy.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah,
I can see that.
So I think that when I shared it, there was no response. So I think they're saying, okay, this guy is in finance, professor, economics, and now watches before guns, now watches. Okay, this guy is a lunatic. What is he talking about? But anyway, I love. Let them think whatever. I'm not going to change at this juncture of my life if I hate or it's hate.
RJ has a good point in response to Fries with Mayo. Abramovich may wear a 100-pound watch, but he does have an entire collection: Daytonas, Subs, and Pateks.
I'm sure. By the way, you should look at the boat, the yacht of Mr. Stern, to see where all the Patek money, when you guys buy Pateks, where it ends up. You should look at just the sheer size of the boat of Mr. Stern. That's the Stern's family yacht, and you will think again if you're going to buy a Patek. And you should look at the plane. It's a private.
Well, while you look that up,
I just discovered this, and maybe you can enlighten me. I realized that Wilhelm Schmidt, the Lange CEO, actually has a whole ranch apparently in South Africa. Was that before Richemont or after Richemont?
I can't answer that, but yes, indeed. Yes. Of course.
Yeah, look, I mean, at that level, it's immeasurable. It's unquantifiable. It's incomparable.
I'll tell you a story. I'll share a story about the former CEO of Hublot. Very, very nice gentleman. I always enjoyed seeing him, and he is really a watch guy. He has the passion for watches. So he would walk.
Of all people who has a passion,
he would always
for watches,
travel with his helicopter.
Yeah. This must be the guru, I think, El Professor. Yeah.
Sorry, I was cut off.
Is this the big J? Big J?
What's that? Sorry.
Is this the JCB you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
So he would travel. He would travel with his helicopter between towns and all of that. I mean, it's common, right? At that level, why drive? Just take your.
He has a lot of energy. I mean, I respect that guy so immensely that I would not judge among all the executives in the Swiss watch industry. I think that's one person who I wouldn't judge, because he actually works. Like in all those trips, he does it with a purpose.
No, of course,
he's not just to entertain himself.
Exactly, he's a very passionate person, and so he would travel. He would take his helicopter and go from one town to the next, and it so happened that we got to a restaurant, and he said something very, very classic of him and very interesting. I found it, this is the ingenuity of the Swiss, but the Swiss who have a passion. And he called let's say the maître d', but the person in charge for the restaurant, very nice restaurant, and he said, please come back to me and tell me what watch everybody's wearing. And if they're not wearing an hublot, they will get an hublot right away.
I think, El Professor, before you compliment the Swiss too much.
Well, yesterday I bashed on them.
No, I mean, he's not. If we are talking about the same person, he's not Swiss by birth.
Yes, he's not. He's not.
He
but
became Swiss horologically, being in the industry for decades and decades, I guess.
Yes, of course. So that really, shows the ingenuity, but also the passion.
RJ says Richemont was originally South African. Absolutely, that's what I was hinting at. Founded by Johan Rupert, South African, through Rembrandt Group, tobacco conglomerate. And Cholo says, I attended a business meeting at the Vardenoyannis oil refinery for business.
Motor oil, yes.
He rolled up in a red-hot Ferrari like a boss.
Yes, of course. Well, one of the challenges you have when you roll up with a Ferrari is that your bodyguards cannot catch up because they're on Corollas. So I have stories about such things.
I think that's I think having bodyguards might be one of the nicest flexes, especially if you are a little subtle about it. More than I appreciate that more than a Ferrari or just a group of henchmen that roll with you.
Yeah.
Go
ahead, please.
The comments about wealthy versus extremely wealthy people and Ferrari and so forth, it brings up an idea in my head that a lot of people are fascinated with, especially in the Commonwealth, these concepts. So that is of class, and that is, in my mind, the distinctions are lower class, middle class. Middle class basically is everyone, almost regardless of wealth. And then there's the elites. In America, I think people think of these things as like economic tranches, but I don't think of it like that at all. I think elites are at an almost unrecognizable level, and it comes with certain power and privileges that we don't even really comprehend. Now, you may have come into contact with it a little bit more, Professor, but do you kind of get what I'm saying? Well, what's your thoughts on just the whole idea of class and how far does middle class extend? Could you could you have $300 million of net worth, and in reality, you don't look like an elite yet? And there could be someone with $50 million, and they truly are an elite.
Oh, okay. Well, the monetary value is very important. The net liquid wealth, not net wealth. Liquid wealth is important. The watches we have is not liquid wealth.
Right.
That's why people are just buying the myth that this is liquid wealth. I mean, it's not.
I tell Archie specifically. I told him I'm very liquid. Like everything I've got is in stock, basically a portfolio.
Yes.
Less than 5% is in like tangible assets that are hard to move. And I said to Archie, like your portfolio, it's all illiquid as shit. Like it's just like you got to free some
exactly.
fucking stuff up. This is disgusting.
Exactly. If people believe, I'll go back to it's something that you said yesterday concerning crypto and all that stuff, because I do, besides being an academic, I'm still in the industry.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, we've lost him.
Yeah. What I was gonna say is, I think you have your finger on something there, Ozzy, because look, the U.S. has an understanding of capitalism as a social system, and because it's basically a settler colony of Europeans that was founded elsewhere, where people did not necessarily bring on their roots and class belongings and other affiliations with them. They have to sustain that illusion, like you implied, where making more money will get you to certain places, and that is your only aspiration. If you are rich, that what is that Scarface line? First you get the money, then
you get the power,
then you get the power, then you get respect, then you get women, right? So that actually, as comical as it is, that sort of tautology, that's exactly what undergirds the American socioeconomic understanding, to the extent that they really don't think that class exists. But there are in the US very privileged people. They might not be gazillionaire rich.
Yeah.
But
This is a very important point, Lord. I have done huge.
Oh no, we lost him again.
But in Britain, for example, you would have literally landed gentry who have a hard time paying for the upkeep and taxes of their
right title
ancestral home, right? So it's an incomparable situation. I'm not saying one is better, one is worse, but you certainly have in the US a system that kind of blindsides people to all the accoutrement of class, because it's only supposed to be about money, right? Which you can make somehow. You are only temporarily embarrassed by how poor you are. You can always make it up by hard work.
Yeah. So this is very important because it touches on a lot of the research I have done on what is wealth, what is the definition of wealth. Okay, there's a super, what's that? That's
no, I don't have super chats
continue,
actually, but yeah, please
I
continue.
understand wealthy people having an entourage, but when they are off there. I'm reading the comments.
So I understand wealthy people having an entourage, etc., but when they have lots of security, often there's undertones of other things going on, allegedly, on who they do business with. Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah. Well, look,
I know. Let me finish it now that we started, Professor. I know billionaires who roll privately but don't have bodyguards, private cars, unmarked private planes, etc. That's another rabbit hole, but sometimes having bodyguards points to something else, not just being famous or well known. You might be right there.
Yes. So the bodyguard thing has to do with the country that you're in. It has less to do with claim to fame and all of that. So it depends on the location. Berlusconi used to go around for decades, with 40 bodyguards, right? Because it's a show for Berlusconi. Berlusconi was always a showy guy. So it's about the show. It's not about the threat. The people who feel threatened do not go around with 40 bodyguards. They just don't go around, right? And they disappear to a country where they're not seen. So it's all about the show. But let me say something because it's very important, and probably we're not going to exhaust the topic, but it's very important what Ozzy is saying, and of course, Lloyd. I think the really wealthy people above, the wealth is clear in terms of liquid wealth. It's about the amount of there are two things: the amount of liquid assets you have, which is practically cash and everything else that is liquefiable. It's not watches, it's not real estate, it's really stocks, bonds that are sold, crypto, and again, crypto, I'm a great believer, but you need to look at it as a long-term investment. And also, I'll say another thing that is not easily quantifiable: the amount of time people have to do things. Rich people, very wealthy people, you can distinguish them with the amount of time they have to do other things. Now, of course, there are certain wealthy people who only work, but the real wealth is also for those who have time and leisure. They can take a plane and fly for a week because they're managing their own businesses. So the time factor is important as well. I have no time, guys. I need to be working all the time. But if you're really wealthy, you can make your own time. Now, it's a choice. It can be a choice to work all the time, but it's a choice. The really, really wealthy people can choose. And most of them, because they're workaholics and they surround themselves with money, they want to work more to make more money. But they have the time. I don't have the time.
So what's your, do you believe that like what Lord said, like Americans perhaps have the misconception that the elites are simply people who have a certain level of net worth, or is it more like the way I see it? Well, I'm not exactly sure if this is how people in the UK see it, but the way I see it is that pretty much anyone that has worked for their wealth is still middle class. If you have, yeah, like it's just sort of like you could have a lot of money, you're still middle class. It's the elites, they've never even really had to engage in that world.
There is the entitled class, the establishment, right? The people who wear the pinky rings with the family crest, right? Things have become very confusing over the last 50 years, I would say, because people have made a lot of money who are poor people, and suddenly they have sent their sons and daughters to expensive schools, which only hedge fund managers and finance people can afford, right? And as a result, the University of Oxford and Cambridge, which are, I think, the two best you have in the UK, I mean, unfortunately, take people in not from these private schools, but from state schools. The signaling, the establishment is there, but the establishment doesn't have a lot of money anymore. It's the landed aristocracy. I think there is the social ladder to acceptance is more difficult in the UK than it is in the US. I think people who have gone to university and then went to finance and made lots of money, they are recognized as being part of the elite, right? I mean, the CEO of JP Morgan, Jamie Dimon, who is a Greek American, by the way, came from a poor family. And then just climb the ladder. That, I think, happens in the UK. But then there is the establishment in the UK. In the US, you also have the establishment, but it's, kind of 100 years old, 150 years old. It's not that old. But people do send their daughters to expensive schools. They send their sons to Exeter and Andover, and they pay $60,000 for tuition fees. To finish and then move on to Princeton and whatnot. I think it's just, Warren Buffett didn't come from a rich family. Bill Gates didn't come from a rich family. But, there is a myth and a fallacy that that the room for a socioeconomic stature in the US is the Bill Gates way. You go to your garage and you build something and you go and sell it. I think this is
Yeah.
utter nonsense. The system in the US allows you to do this, right? Gives you a chance if you're smart. But look, the only way, academically proven, right? Studies prove this. The only way you make your way to being really wealthy is two ways, right? And there is a third way. That's the minority. And in the US, it gets promoted as being the American dream, which is you go study, get a lot of debt, and then climb the socioeconomic ladder by having a wonderful career. And you work hard, you get remunerated. Work hard all your life and pay for the mortgage and die, and then keep on buying. But there are only two ways you really make it in life. You either inherit money or you marry into money. Everything else is full of shit.
The funny thing is, GB Vol just said much of British aristocracy was broke and they married rich Americans, like Winston Churchill's father. And what Cholo before that shares an interesting story. I returned a lost iPhone at the resort I managed to former Prime Minister Karamanlis. His bodyguard returned the favor with a piece of cake. How generous.
Yes. Yeah, these are all the established people. So look, it depends. I mean, the Russian oligarchs, another example of how wealth is created, was created because of the acceptance and relationship with Putin. They were all buddies and all of that, and they went around the world owning stuff. That's what it is. If you played karate and you were the judo master of Putin, you made it big. If you are a bodyguard of Putin, you made it big. I mean, there is that as well in life, but it's a myth to believe. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Can I take on your example of Bill Gates? That by about like 2000, he was already the richest man in the world, and he then retired from Microsoft. And at that point, even as the richest man in the world, I would say he was still middle class. And it's only been his activities with his foundation garnering influence with respect to all sorts of things he's not an expert in, obviously, like vaccinations and world health and all this kind of stuff and governance, that this is his move into the elite. What's your opinion of that? That's obviously an extreme example, but that's kind of what I'm getting at, is like, in some way, no amount of money makes you elite. It's your exercise of it that actually makes you into the elite.
Yeah, it's the elite, if you describe it as such, I mean, we need to deconstruct this. I mean, the elite is the money elite, right? People who buy stuff. I buy a plane, but it doesn't buy you recognition by, let's say, the established classes who sit in the New York clubs and they know how to eat properly. They know how to eat French escargot, and they wear not Patek Philippe's, because all the rappers and hipsters, whatever, wear them. So they move away from that and they wear swatches.
Yeah.
And so, yes, they're not accepted by the elites, if you can call those. I mean, they're not really the elites. It's just the entitled, the established, let's say, the aristocracy of each country. The aristocracy of the UK is the landed aristocracy. You meet them all, and they come in and they invite you to their home, which has a lot of land, right? But they don't have a lot of money and they wear scruffy clothes. But they send their sons to famous colleges, prep schools, and so forth. But that's about it. And then you have the Chinese guys who live in Oxford, who can buy half of the property market of Oxford, and they can't speak English, but their sons sound very nice, very preppy. They sound very English. so there is this confusion between wealth and establishment. Now they don't meet each other, the two sides, the wealthy guys, the wealthy Chinese and foreigners, with the established English people. The English people, they talk to each other, the established elites, and they eat, whatever they eat. It all depends, at the end, where is the influence? Well, the influence, of course, comes from the money people. The established people also have influence, but they don't have as much as the money people, because money talks, right? I mean, they buy politicians and they buy connections and they buy legal firms and they buy visibility and passports.
Right. But
They buy passports a lot.
You make a good distinction there. So I think where we're coming together is that simply having even number one liquid wealth in the world, like say Elon Musk today or Bill Gates or whatever, that just simply having that liquid net worth or even using it to fund your lifestyle would not make you an elite. It's if you start using it to expand your influence into areas like way beyond your consumption. Like buying 20 Richard Milles does not make you elite.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Exactly. Buying a Lamborghini and having 5 of them doesn't. You have to remember let me take you also to the, not the UK, but the aristocracy. The aristocracy in Italy. There is a certain permanence in wealth that people forget. So in Venice, the same Venetian families, wealthy families, that were there in the 15th century, so in the 1400s, are today the same families that dominate the wealthy classes of present-day Venice. So if you are an Irish person walking around buying Rolexes and IWCs, nobody gives a fuck about your IWCs and your Rolexes and your APs. Wealth has a certain different establishment in Italian culture and stature, so it has a certain permanence, and it has to do with the class and education and culture and upbringing. The Italian aristocracy, which is as scruffy and elitist as everyone else, the German and the Austrian is the same. They look down on the Bill Gates of the world. They look down and they're not inclusive. Now, of course, for them to be accepted, the Bill Gates people, what do? They do donations and they do research and they give half of their wealth. And of course, they have to give half of their wealth because their wealth is obscene. I think that a lot of billionaires, before they die, need to give 90% of their wealth to humanity for charity because it's obscene. It cannot exist like this. And there is a lot of animosity by everybody else who you can only imagine the amount of wealth and purchase power these guys have. I mean, why should Mr. Stern have a yacht that is estimated to cost 400 million, 300 million? I mean, what on earth is he doing? Providing watches to the world.
Guys,
who gives a fuck about that?
Sorry, but we are past midnight here, and I think I'm slowly fading out. So I really appreciate you being here. You're more than welcome to continue the conversation in the background after I close the show. Fries with Mayo has a nice reference here. He doesn't properly belong to the House of Orange-Nassau, but he was the Prince Consort of the Netherlands, Prince Bernhard of Lippe. He used to be one of my style icons, and I still appreciate looking at some of his outfits and just belongings and clothing through the years. And this is one of his watches. It's Rolex Thunderbird, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Beautiful.
What is this model exactly called? The dates with, it's a Chronograph or Thunderbird? I get them mixed up all the time.
This doesn't have numbers, so maybe it's not a Chronograph, but I don't know. I've never seen this before.
I think
Thunderbird, I think.
yeah, but I always like this fact, and also I think I kind of got, you know, copied the picture from one of the auction websites, but I don't remember which one it was, so I can't really hunt down now the model of the watch.
Could you entertain just 5 more minutes, Lord? I want one more question.
Can't we do it
from
behind the scene, because it's not like ratings
Okay.
gold anyway.
All
so
right.
let's just sign off from the show, guys. Thank you so much. This has been great. It was lovely to host Watch Nicholas at the very beginning, and even if it were a one-off, I would very much cherish this. It was a privilege. He doesn't really show up in just any other channel. This is where Archie Luxury comes for Watch Talk. This is where Watch Nicholas comes for Watch Talk, and it's lovely to have you all here. If you want to support the channel, you know, there's the usual PayPal and Cash App, which is in the ticker, and it is in the video description. But for me to increase these live streams, you know, have like a midday at least twice a week, so I can entertain more of the UK audience and the continental European audience. So if you contribute on Patreon, which is added to all these links, please do so, and that can help me free up more time and do more dedicated work on the channel. Speaking of the connection of the time and money. So if you contribute to the channel, I will have the pleasure of creating more content for you, both in the form of these live streams and more dedicated videos. That being said, thank you again for being here. Thank you, Professor and Ozzy, for being part of the panel today. And we'll see you tomorrow at the same time at 7:30. And we'll be with you until midnight again, 4 hours plus every day. See you soon. Take care, guys. Thank you.
Bye-bye.